All right, today we're going to keep it pretty simple. I'm working on kind of fulfilling the arrangement of Lavender Haze and, to create a very specific video where I go over the analysis of, excuse me, where I go over the analysis of the arrangement of Lavender Haze. But in order to do that, we need some notes. Two birds with one stone. Let's have a practice session for a musical purpose and teach people how to practice who might be interested in knowing how to practice. Now, I just want to make sure I have buttons here. Yes. I'm very fond of this new thing that I have. I've bound hotkeys. Ooh, that is getting a little hot there. Let's just boosh that a little bit, just for a second there. Okay. I need to get my water cooler on my PC. Okay. Okay, attempt 2. Oh boy. Oh, that's significantly better. That's way better. You can tell if it's okay by the overtones. The less air, the better. That's nice. Look at that. Look at that. That's rich. It's funny how beatboxers are like, this is so passe. This is whatever. It's inner vocal fry. But I don't think beatboxers realize how impressive what they do truly is. Ah, boy. When you nail it, it's fun. Not that I nailed it, but when you get closer. When you get closer, it's fun. Singing might be the only thing in my life where when I put the work in and I'm able to do it, it's as good as I ever thought it was going to be. It's as satisfying as I ever thought it was going to be. Never more have I been like, that was worth it in my life than singing. That's what happens when you get cocky. But, oh, I got it. It was worth it. And then you do it again. Nope. And that was a nope. Ah. So what I'm doing here by taking a break and counting it, forcing myself to recall. It is in recollection that you actually improve. Because if you get a little bit of it, right, you get a little bit of success, just a little bit, stop, go back, do something else, come back at it. And that builds myelin. And building myelin is the very point of why we practice. It is how you get good at a thing. It builds these kind of neuropath highways. It's essential. Again, it's the reason why we practice. So you do a thing and you distract yourself, like talking to y'all, and you come back. I just want to make sure that I'm alive. This is a good time to cool a computer. Boosh. Okay, good. Let's see. Gotta make sure. There we go. Okay. How are we doing, computer? You need a lot more love. You need a water cooler. That's what you need. Ah, boy. One thing that I find that is insane. Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts. It's just this little thing here. This little thing. Was it correct? Yeah. Is that better? Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. That's what the doctor ordered. Alright. Let's do it. That's it. That's the business. That's it. That's how you do it. Technically takes 7. Alright. Now the only thing here that I didn't do is I didn't take of like here's where I am. I'll do that now. Okay. Ah, that's right, we have this now. Is this it? Or is this it? Oh! I didn't do my thing where I load up the thingamajigs. Gotta have the thingamajigs. There we go. I have a new little toy here that I'm working on. Why? I should bring my keyboard back into the mix here. Oh, that's not a right now thing. Okay. I think I might be able to lay this one down. Let's try it. Because I can always pitch it. Airplane. Perfect timing for the airplanes. There we go. That should be cleaner. And this will be 9. Okay. That's not gonna work. That's too hot. That mic is way too hot. Oh wow, that's bad. Okay. Oh. Sensitive creature. This thing is. Okay. Uh, put some. Let me change it. Let me. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, even that too. I love this stuff. Okay. Usually we don't have that. So is that gonna work? Yeah. Okay. All right, and now y'all should be able to hear this. Yeah, I don't want the as cool as Replica is. I don't think it's the right play here. Okay. All right, now the problem is that it's not very consistent, and I don't really have too much time for the sake of the video. So I actually have to find a way to fatten this up. I know there's a quick way to do this. There we go. And now if I throw in a saturator, oops, not transient. Exciter, defined warm, and tube. Full. Let's see how that works. It's not bad. All right, let's group these. So that's going to be a requirement. And we'll take these, put them in the group, save us headache, and we'll, we don't need the spectrogram, I don't think. Okay, gonna need the stereoizer. And then I think the key will be to throw some compression on it. Let's see what the EQ says. Yeah, okay. So the pitch fluctuation is also something that I anticipated. So we'll do that. I've been live for about 20 minutes. I think that, yeah, I don't know, 20 minutes roughly. Yeah, so about 20 minutes. Now I want it to be specifically one pitch. Tune as an E flat. Let's do major. Do a little humanize, retune speed. Nice. Oh, that's the worst. Okay. That is the worst. I despise. We have the same thing. Our dishwasher, or sorry, not the dishwasher, our laundry machine won't drain. It's the fucking worst. I think this one goes lower though, right? D sharp. There's one that goes really low. Yeah, so I gotta bring that down the octave. No, I don't really need to do that. All right. I'll output to group, and then Auto-Tune Pro. And then where's MIDI Omni? Yeah, it just, yeah, that thing won't train. It's the worst, you know what I mean? Where is Omni? Do I need Omni? I don't even think I need Omni. Let me use the harmonizer maybe instead. No, it needs to be tuned. I wonder if that's it though. Let's see. Nope, that doesn't seem to be what's necessary. Space. So it is. Now the parameters I think are the issue, but let's see. I wonder if I need to do this. Oops. It would make sense. I was thinking about that very thing, Eclipse, where it would be the same use as swallowing, because that would be what brings the epiglottis back. And then I think so there's the swallowing, and then holding it into that position. And then I think there's also the AES contraction, which would intensify the rattling of the arytenoids. I do think, though, there is some merit to starting with chest bass, only because, hear me out, inward bass without resonance is very unsatisfying. And I think it's an abnormal thing for most people who don't have that kind of experience. You know what I mean? So I'll check out the recording in just a bit. I just want to clean this up and see if it's where it needs to be. It doesn't seem to be where it needs to be. Let's take another look at this. Okay. So anything that is not E flat, F, or C. Oops. No, that is correct. Before finding the best resonance. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you were to optimize towards learning inward bass, I think trying to go for the sound and then getting feedback from people and then going for resonance is probably ideal, I think. He's not answering his phone. He's going to see him find out in 10 minutes. Okay. You're good. I want to know what the parameter is. Because if I do it this is another way to do it. Or I could use the harmonizer. Because I feel better about knowing how the harmonizer works than I do the actual MIDI Omni. And then I can use the choir effect. And the timing would probably want to be right on. Okay. And then let's go to Harmony Engine. That's the one. Okay. I think we could probably blend these just as well. Whoops. You can't customize hotkeys too well in Ableton. It pisses me right the fuck off. I think the best play would be to do this. And then get it on pitch prior to anything. All right, now I just need a good 4 bars. I'll just do that, kind of crossfade it. Where's the pitch change? Yeah, right here, where the pitch changes. Make the note change a little bit more natural. All right. Okay. Now, let's just send this, and then after this, I'll take a look. I just want to see if I got this right. Does the bass start immediately? Kind of. And I gotta make sure that this is not muted. Maybe Harmony Engine. And we'll take a look at that. So what I can do here, if I do it right, is if I do it correctly, I actually have to send it to the group because otherwise it'll be incorrect. If I do it correctly, the MIDI should control the pitches well enough to represent the actual bass, but it's going to be a little tricky. If I do that, maybe. And then... send it to Harmonizer 2. That is correct, yep. So that should be correct. All right, I'm gonna need to take a break because I get obsessed over audio stuff and I get a little intense. So I'll take a look at that now after one more check. The only thing I can think of would be to increase the velocity of the pitch. Like, oops. When we get a draw mode, there we go. Let's try that. What if... Oops, I do have Harmony Engine here. Let's try that. Because the obstacle is going to be... If I can't get this to work, which I was before, if I can't get this to work, it's going to be a pain in the ass to do it the other way around. I know there's a way to do it. I was doing it before, but anyway. Yeah, I'll give it a look-see. Thanks for putting all the work in there. The clips. Not answering the phone. Yeah, the live streams are not... The viewership is... They've mattered on Twitch. It doesn't matter so much on YouTube. And I've stopped cross-streaming to Twitch. There's just no point until I start like collaborating with people over there, which will happen. There's so many things I need to do. The first things first is the videos need to hit 10K a post, roughly. Anything else is just like, there's something to be said about Mr. Beast's logic of it's easier to make one bigger video than it is to make 10 smaller videos, but you do have to know how to do that. So I think some of the editing improvements that I've made, there's some other stuff I want to be able to do, but this is annoying. Anyway, bringing that up now, Eclipse. With the water. Oh, to get the swallowing sensation? That's smart. Okay. I like that. That's a smart trick. Except the is closed. I wonder if there's a way to get like different angles on the cameras. That would be fun, because I have the spectrogram up. I don't know why blur looks like it's a block. I don't know what that's about. I'll figure that out. But it's interesting. I think having multiple camera angles on the practice stuff I'm gonna write that down. That's a good point. Because it's like, you might be able to get something more out of the different points of interest. Just the very, because I was going to do a time lapse of all these attempts to get like a more concise practice thing and then like narrate almost. I don't know. I need to make better, like, here's what I was practicing videos for my students. Well, that might actually be why, wouldn't it? Let's try that first. Because if I can get it to work on the 1, then I can get it to work on the 2, presumably. And then I think this was the 2. Okay. Well, that's pretty filthy. That's pretty filthy. Oh God, yes. It's a little too saturated on the warm end. It's just muddy. So let's maybe remove that and clean it up. Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be like almost like EDM bass. What I might do here to make it sound a little bit more clean is instead of doing it like the programming in real time, or the signal processing in real time, what I'll do is this. Yeah. And then this will help a lot because the Ableton's like waveform warping is insane. Like, listen to the difference. I'm presuming, fingers crossed. Which is closer to an EDM bass. I don't think it needs a saturator, to be honest with you. It definitely needs the EQ. There we go. That's more like a saw stank bass. You gotta love fucking sound design. No, this could be another thing to do, but it should have been sent. Why not? Oops. Well, that's just an octaver. Well, not an octaver. It's a little bit more interesting than that. But what I'm going to do is this, I think, is I'll do it to this. And then I'll export the audio specifically for that. And that's probably how I'll get the initial audio. And then I can try another harmonizer. Why aren't you doing what you're supposed to be doing? Yeah, this is definitely one of those things where it's like, if you can do the sound design quickly, then the purpose is served. Definitely sounds closer to inward bass. Sorry, just dropped in subbed videos. Just wondering if it's possible to learn opera singing at 29. Just started singing and loving opera skills. Yeah, it's possible. Depending on, and I'm deliberately using the word sex and not gender, you might get more out of it for longer periods of time, because that is a factor. So what if you're a woman with a smaller voice, you can definitely start learning. It's just you won't have more than about 20 years to utilize it as an artist. In terms of the really difficult stuff, like for me, I get frustrated because I can't do with ease the stuff that I really want to do, which is you know, maddening a little bit. So no, but it's not actually pitching. That's the problem. Let's see if I can throw another auto tune on it. Now we're taxing the CPU like crazy, but it is what it is. E advanced. Yeah, E flat. Remove. No, we're doing major. Remove. There we go. It's closer, but it doesn't seem to be changing. Like, it doesn't seem to go lower than that. Wonder if that'll help. Small voice, funny enough, just wanted to add color to my range. Absolutely. If you want to borrow from operatic technique to enhance tone quality, then absolutely. That's if you wanted to go out and sing, not that you would need to like audition to be able to sing opera or anything like that, but if you wanted to like sing in that style very specifically, then you would have a timer on you. But being able to understand how the technique works in order to augment what you currently do or what you want to do, at any age, understanding those principles will help. And actually what's nice about that goal is that taking elements to borrow is usually significantly easier, especially if you know what you're doing. As a singer, if you have comfort singing now, then borrowing from opera techniques would only take a little bit of time. You just have to kind of find a couple different things, depending on what you can or cannot do at this time. So, yeah, you can do it. It's a thing you can do, especially if you just like enjoy it, right? Why isn't it going lower? That's my question. Now, it could be that the headphones just don't. They just don't. That could be a thing, for sure. So let's see. Yeah, okay, so it's not tuning. I mean, there is another way to do it, but it's just I don't want to have to export everything all the time, always. And then we can go to the auto-tune. Let's see if that works. It seems like it's just a matter of vowels. It's so hard to perceptively change. Her head voice was so influenced by opera. Yes. Yes and no. I mean, this is always a thing I have to be careful of. To my ears, as someone who's like insanely biased towards like traditional aesthetic, it doesn't sound tremendously different to me. Or it doesn't sound very similar to me, I should say. But you know, neither does Andre Bocelli, and most people just associate that with him. So it's a thing where you will probably hear a big difference in a very small period of time. You know, you're a little younger than me, but I think you and I can agree that sometimes people our age maybe lack a little bit of imagination. Yeah, it doesn't sound that different to me. There is a way to test this, just to make sure it's not a matter of perception. Now, is this the same? Is it ultimately the same? It is most definitely not the same. EDM bass is so fucking hard to recreate because it's just so damn clean. That's better. And then why is it biasing itself towards the left? I didn't pan it, did I? No. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. Start learning has to make fun of it. That's so true. It's so true. You just have to be careful about one thing. See you, Eclipse. Thanks for sending that in. I mean, that was useful. The idea of swallowing water, I might actually borrow that for some of the students. But the only thing you have to be careful of when you copy it is where your tongue, if your tongue is going too far back to copy it, that's a problem. She did sing opera with some award show or something. It was only a couple of lines. A lot of people did that with Pavarotti. So, not to invalidate that, but that was a thing that happened a lot, and that was kind of nice back in the day. Back in the day, kids don't sing opera like they used to. I feel like it's the retune speed on the harmonizer. I can always pitch it after the fact. It's pretty gnarly. That's pretty gnarly. All right. Just here to hear good music on the radio. I mean, I think that there's so much. My mother said something that I thought was interesting. Where do I want this? I want this like from 2 to 6. She said, you know, it was more ubiquitous when, like when she was growing up. You know, what people were interested in was far more ubiquitous and shared. And so I think that with the democratization of music, we see a lot more options, which is nice. Okay. So I think now with me, it's like I have to train my ears to enjoy trap, and think of it as like, for me, in terms of getting it to where I enjoy it, is to appreciate the horns, like the brass section, and how that's kind of lent itself to that classical aesthetic. Because Miles Davis had a really good point. Like, a good musician can find something they love in anything. And then he made an exception. He's like, you know, if you're really a lover of music, you can find something, you know, you love in anything. The same interview, like a little bit later, he was like, white people shouldn't play the trumpet, they don't have the lips. And I was like, this is great. That's fantastic. So yeah, I don't know. This is one of my favorite interviews ever. It's not it's not like back to back. It's in the same interview, but let's see if that does it, and then there we go. That is correct. But it's just a little too. It's going to muddy the mix, so I have to do. Have to lower the sustain. Let's see what that does. Okay. For those who are bearing with me while I construct this monstrosity, I appreciate you. Let's see. And then we'll do this to where it is Lavender Haze. Harmony Engine 1, or is it going to be the pitch? I think I have to change the pitch. So let's just do that with auto tune. Yeah. This is my first time doing this to where I'm like trying to recreate. I want to have like a sincere argument for okay. I want to have a sincere argument for trying to make it so that I have... If I make an argument against Taylor Swift, I don't want to do what everyone does and make it like vapid, because they're... I like the Versus series, and I'm sorry, I'll get to comments soon. Sorry for the wait, but I wanted to do the Versus series. But like, if I just do Taylor Swift versus Beyonce, it's just like, if I'm just reviewing their singing, I mean, I might as well not make the video. Taylor Swift gets destroyed. No one needs to watch that. So, sorry, checking on the comments now. Sing gospel. If I stubbed my toe and I would shout like a woman, pray to the Lord in church. I mean, last person that should really sound as soulful is Amy Winehouse. Good that she... Oh, I'm in massive agreement with you on it's not my music at all. But like, in my case, it's kind of my job to find something in it. Like, I have to put that work in, you know. Like, you can be like, that's not for me. You know, I don't have to fall in love with trap, but like, if I want to take, you know who did a great job was Lettucey. Lettucey took kind of some of the idioms of trap and put it into one of her songs, and it performed really well. And it won her a Grammy, so. I'm wondering if I can slap a gate on this. Can I turn the gate on and off based on MIDI? Let's find out. Because this is not working. There's no point in having a bass if you don't have the... I mean, I could also do what I usually do, which is, where's Transient Mastery? Oh, I don't have it on the actual thing. Oh, that's a problem. That's no wonder why it's not working. I think I only have it on the one. Did I get rid of it entirely? Where's Transient Mastery? Okay. Let's put it on everything and see if that works out, because then I don't need a gate. Better. I still want a gate. Let's do a gate. It's fun to do this again, because I don't think people know. Attack and wait a little bit. Hold, release. Now, can it be done to where I do this and send it to Lavender Haze? Now it looks like I can't control it with a gate. You know what, we'll do this. And then I wonder if I just don't have this. Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't work. riff. Yeah, it would need to be timed with a gate because it's a continuous note. Let's try. Oops. Here we go.
In this tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use one sound to trigger another, a technique referred to as trigger gating or a form of rhythmic gating. This is a technique that can be used in countless different ways, but for our purposes, I'll put it in the setting of the drum and bass genre, using a drum break to trigger a synth sound.
Give me 1 second, I'll get the comments.
First,
Just
I want you to
duplicate
listen
this.
to the finished product and keep it in mind as we go through these steps.
That's what I want. Because it's hard to do EDM without that.
So what is a gate? A gate is a device or plugin.
All right. Physical change. Oh man, Frida, that's that's a deep question because I feel like it often has to be both for me.
Plugin that is used to control the volume of an audio signal. In its most simple form, a gate allows a signal to pass through only when it's above a set threshold, or when the gate is open. If the signal falls below the threshold, the gate is closed and no signal is allowed to pass, or the signal is substantially reduced. Let's take a listen to what that sounds like. Here's a drum break with a native Ableton noise gate applied to it. Now let me explain the controls. Remember, the purpose of a gate is to either allow or disallow sound from coming through and being audible. The threshold sets the level at which the gate will open and allow the sound through. If we set the threshold to minus 40 dB, that means that anything over minus 40 dB will be allowed through. So basically you can hear everything.
Fade out.
Decibels are a logarithmic measure of sound level. They're the ratio of two other units.
There we go. Ah. Gotcha. But then that would be sidechaining on every note that's played, not from every note that's not played. And that would be a problem. But I can do that if I duplicate it and then just offset it. One, two. And then MIDI programming is a lot of fun. All right. Yeah, a lot of times, like with technique, I don't know. Singing is fun. and that is my sermon for today. All right, let's find that. Let's see if that works. better. Try that again. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. It looks like, for whatever reason, the opposite is true. Closer. Let's see if that does anything. Closer. MIDI programming is so fascinating to me. It's amazing how it kind of creates a click by itself, or a kick by itself. Let's do it to where all of this is omega short. Let's see if that does anything. We're learning. Yeah, EDM, it kind of matters if something's on, like, perfectly on time, so it's kind of important. Now my thing is, like, it's got to be compressed more because the dynamic differences are too much. So all the attacks and stuff like that don't actually make it work. So let's see how this goes. What could possibly go wrong? Let's try that. Oh, but now it's not. What about this? No, now it's just too much. Wow, that is a very fine line. Yeah, so now it's too... It's like it's too short. Let's try that. Unintentionally teaching yourself muscle memory and knowledge of placement. Yeah. But why? What could possibly go wrong? Max out the gain? What could possibly go wrong? Not much, actually. But why is it only... Okay. Alright, let's go to the extreme. No, it doesn't seem that Transient Master actually does anything when it's on MIDI. It's unfortunate. If we did this. Let's see. Some songs, and recently only ballads come to mind, to be honest. The faster the BPM, the faster I heard the song. Yeah, that makes sense. The bars, you don't need as many bars to convey the point. Just, Jesus, right now it's like, if I do that, is it going to give me a little bit more differentiation? We're about to find out. Let's get rid of you now. Oh my god. Oh, that is excessive. Why is there no volume now? Ah, gain. That's better. We're getting there. I do not want that much kick though. It's closer. Interesting. That's the secret. How to explain things in a visual way or a physical way. I love music, anything from opera to R&B to metal, so I learn a lot of different... Your extended technique options are kind of ludicrous, I think. It's kind of like inspiring me to learn more. Now this bass was far more obnoxious, if I recall. We're so close. It's just so close. So explain things. Yeah, my big thing is I wish someone explained it. Eclipse and I were remiss in that a lot of people didn't tell us. A lot of people didn't tell us that being, you know, there's a video that's public about it, so I'll be candid. You know, he and I are both on the spectrum, and so when we're told that, you know, we're not skilled or talented because we need something that's a little bit more logically consistent than a lot of other people. Like when you say head voice, I'm like, what the hell does that mean? When you say support, like what does that mean? What is that? And I can't just, my brain doesn't work where I just take people's words for it. Like because like I need, to me, everything attaches to one another, every concept. So if you make a generalization, I'm like, well, that doesn't work. Like that doesn't make sense with this other thing. And it's not that everything needs to be perfectly logically consistent, but when you have something like registers, chest voice, head voice, and you try to follow that to its extreme, you very, very quickly run into some very big obstacles. And whether or not I'm on the spectrum, because I haven't been tested or anything like that, it certainly holds true for a lot of people that that frustration exists. Definitely for like A-type people. I think the established transient master doesn't necessarily need to work here. And then I can just adjust the gate accordingly. And that should make more dramatic the... Now how can I make this more concise? God, it's so close. Information you can get nowadays about singing, I would have become a much better singer. My mission and objective and my qualm currently is that I feel like the information still isn't good from relative to when I was looking. What if... Why don't I have an EQ on this thing? What have I been doing with my life? What have I been doing? All of this work and I don't even have an EQ to eliminate some of the higher, more obnoxious frequencies that are causing this problem to begin with. All right. I always like to try and get rid of what doesn't need to be there. Let's try this. Let's really get dramatic on this. Too dramatic. We can do this as well. There we go. And then I can do an exciter, very defined, warm, so we get rid of the highs there. The other thing too would be this. We have vowels as an option. Whoa, that is not okay. That is not an acceptable vowel. No, that's not okay. Geez, man. It's almost, I think it's like I have to sample it. Yeah, it's like I have to sample it, and that's like what I'm gonna have to do. So yeah, there's no way around it. I gotta sample it. That's just fine. It would have saved me a lot more time had I just not been so stubborn as to automate everything, as is my way. I always try to automate literally everything. All right. Yes, it's just a bunch of eighth notes. And this is where, like, literally, if I just made MIDI instruments, this process would be negligible. And I would have to worry about none of this. All right, so let's see how that works. Okay. All right, you can't do that. All right, whatever. I feel like there was a bass line that was a bit more interesting, but I might have gotten rid of it. Oh well. Okay, let's try that. There's your bass line. Now it's got to change pitch, so that's next up on this this episode of. All right, and then it's on one pitch, so that's unacceptable. So instead of doing that, we'll do to output lavender haze to harmonizer 1. Let's do harmonizer 2. Except it should be. Okay, and that was made with my voice. Not bad. Let's see. Everything always takes longer than you want it to. That's fine. Yeah. Cool. And then you are how low? How low can you go? You're gonna go to C. Which is gonna be do 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 do. That's where music theory helps, kiddos. That's patronizing. Cool. How to make a bass line sounds. Where do I make my own samples? Clips. Let me write that into do. Samples or let's organize samples in Ableton. That's gonna matter. All right, let me catch up the comments. Sorry. Yeah, sure, but it's much better. Kind of. I find that simplistic explanations boil to the top. You know what I mean? So it's easier to find the easy stuff, and then it's harder to find the real shit. And then you try to pay for it, but it's still shit. They swear up and down like, this is different, this is better, this is the, and then you pay for it, it's the same shit. So my goal was to, I think the best thing that I've heard recently about my content was like, you got to stop trying to make it like 1 to 5 or 1 to like levels, like 1 to X, and start realizing that you're more of an 8 to 10 kind of guy. And that inherently means less views, but I'm okay with that. There are ways around that. There are ways to monetize because, you know, the people I attract tend to be high achieving people. Like, I'm not too worried about it. But I still want the videos to be better than everyone else. And I don't think that's a hard thing to do. I think I can do it. I just need to do it quickly. But that's my whole kit caboodle. Okay. Okay. It's much cleaner when I don't use the harmonizers. Because we have we have the whole notes here. Cool. This works out. So these are now half notes, which is good for the arrangement. That's cool. This is what I'm talking about. Like when you figure out stuff, like Taylor Swift's music is, in terms of the overall construct, not so complicated, right? But the execution, and this is true of pop tunes in general, the execution of it is always kind of a little bit more interesting. It's a gate that I wanted. No, it was sidechain. Glue compressor, glue to sidechain EQ, and then we wanted from Lavender 15. We're just gonna go with the filter. So this is we're gonna down. Attack is quick. I'm gonna make these softer as well. And then I'm gonna get transient master in here. This is my problem, is like I've picked up so many skills over the years, but almost sounds like a kick. It's a solid. I think that's more bassy. There we go. And the bass cuts out here, which is interesting. So little variations there. And then whoops. That is correct. But no, but wait, there's more. There we go. And then we will crossfade these two lovely creatures. Name me an opera singer who goes through this. Name me. I may not be the sickest opera singer, but my skill set is diverse. I also need to have an excuse to play piano and guitar for y'all, but this is part of the process of getting to that. Voice first. Everything else is ornamentation. I kind of want to do this thing where I almost pan them. I think I want to do that because why wouldn't I do something completely extraneous that doesn't need to happen? Why wouldn't I? Right? Right? Under his boosh. Boosh. Here's what I want to do. Let's actually shorten the shit out of these. So I can't do much more than that. Well, yeah, this will be how we do that. That's pretty nasty. I don't mind that. It's so not what Taylor Swift was going for, like at all. But I'm keeping it because this is my cover. And it's going to be unnecessarily dramatic, as is my way. Let's see. Sorry, I'm catching up now. It's much better. The same. I feel like it doesn't need to be panned that hard. I mean, honestly, it just becomes the kick drum. Like, that's what that becomes. Which is cool. Let's get a little click in there. Sorry. I was going to read the comments and now I'm just obsessed. It is a little too kick drummy because we have yet to... Wait a minute. Is it in the right place? It's just shy of being in the right place for the kick. But I like it as a bass, so let's do that. I'll get rid of this, and then we'll add a little bit more. And then this just needs to be shorter, I think. There we go. I like that so much. All right, okay. Now I'm indulgent. Now this is just indulgence. Okay. So, categorize and organize samples, and that's just going to be how I have to do a lot of this stuff. All right. As younger, someone would explain this to me in the way, explain shit to yourself. Yeah, man, if you could... My thing is, I always think about, like, would I have listened to myself? All the information you get nowadays, same reason I don't understand because YouTube and recording myself, I understand what I did wrong and then figure out. Yeah, having a feedback loop is important, and I don't think people set you up with that. Making my mid sections and lows sound pretty good. Also dynamic, being loud and stuff. Kind of figured out the dynamic thing. I think I remember 2 gigs, and I was so tired after the first one. Told me to just go smoke a cigarette. And I believed him since he was older, but on the second gig I had no voice at all. Jesus, that's fucking monstrous. Maybe that's a little dramatic to call it monstrous, but that's really, really, really not. It's monstrous relative to what he should be doing. So she started smoking, so that's why I started smoking at 13. I'm 34 and can't stop. It worked, but I lost my breath and can't hold the note longer than 10 seconds. Dumb idea, don't smoke, kids. Yeah, I mean, it works, sure, but on the long run, breath support is impossible. Unfortunately, slow. Yeah. Yeah, I do edibles now, and that seems to work for me. Burns a lot hotter than regular tobacco. Yeah, depending on the intake. But generally I agree. I don't like it as much, so I use edibles. Multiple sclerosis sucks. I don't recommend it. Next to me all the time and smoke bong and put ice in it to try and cool it. That's smart. That's definitely a smart way to do that. I like that. Because edibles can get expensive. There we go. There's Lavender Haze, folks. The bass line. Took way too long. I'll crossfade this again. There we go. There's the bass line. What's cool, literally the coolest part about this song, whoops, is the that this chord right here is extremely interesting, in an obnoxious way. Like, I really wish it weren't so fucking cool. One thing I'm going to piss a lot of people off with this video is I'm going to be like, I don't care who wrote it. We're talking about the album, not the artist. And that's going to piss a lot of people off. But that's the truth, is like, you're like, oh, she wrote it by herself. No one cares. No one's listening, or very few people are listening to Taylor Swift and like give a shit about her writing every single aspect of the tune. It's just not relevant. That's just the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. So that's not going to be a popular take. Oops. No. Oops. This is what I want. Did I fuck this one up? I think I did. I fucked it up on the bass. All right, there we go. Multiple we only have gummies in Jersey, and they call them lozenges, but they're gummies. I do it when I do Mariah because there's no one else who can do it that way. That's why I do it with Mariah. There's no one who can stand in and do overdubs. Nobody. Not like her. There's no one who can do it that quickly. Not like her. In terms of the songwriting, it's that I mind. If someone's writing the music, that I mind. But in terms of filling out the arrangement, you know, like Mariah brings in bass players. You know what I mean? Like, am I going to be like, oh, she didn't play bass on the album. Oh, Taylor Swift didn't. You know? But I will say this is that if we're going to talk about Mariah versus Taylor's overdubs, no contest. There's none. Mariah's overdubs are like some of the best to ever do it. Yeah, she's ridiculous. Must be hard. I had cancerous growth in my vocal folds a long time ago. Yeah, that's rough. There's a Bastianini, my favorite baritone for opera, that I have only been able to hear on recordings. It's like probably the most famous Verdi baritone, or among there. He's up there. He's my favorite. And he found out he had cancer of the throat, and he was just like, I'm not getting surgery. I'll just die. I'll die before I lose my voice. So I was like, I used to think that that was really cool. And now I'm like, eh. Yeah, like, yeah, writing matters. Arranging less so. I'm not going to go over, when I talk about Taylor Swift, I'm not going to be like, oh man, her overdubs are really good. That's just not sincere. You know, and again, it's all relative. I fucked up my camera shit, right? Yep, I fucked up my camera shit. Is that working? Looks like it's working now. That'll be contextually appropriate later. This is like kind of metal. You know what I mean? It's like if Taylor Swift's Lavender Haze was an opera, but also metal, because that's what it's gonna be. I said I was gonna do the arrangement. I didn't say I was gonna do the instrumentation. Ain't no one got time to fucking try to mimic a gajillion-dollar budget album. I can't say what I would do. I think I know what I would do. I don't think it would be easy. But I think I know what I would do, just because like I do a lot of different things with my voice. I do a lot of different things as a musician. You know, I have a family, and you know, so I wouldn't do it. I don't think it would be fair for me to say that Bastianini was dumb for doing it. I might have just said that right now, but I was being flippant. That's extreme, but you know, instantly a fan. I was in a voice chat, which I should probably stream more often, but I was in a voice chat with someone my age, I think literally the same age, and we were talking about Mariah when she kind of first dropped. Specifically, "Always Be My Baby" was on everywhere, and there was a you know, someone in his early 20s or their early 20s. I forget the gender pronoun stuff, but their argument was like, well, no, "Always Be My Baby" was not only not as significant as this other tune, but it was not as popular. And I was like, really? Really? Like, really? You're gonna have the argument with the people who are there? When "Always Be My Baby" came out, you would like, the same people that would like blast like hardcore rap, like they would play, you know, they would play like Cream, or they would play not the band, the tune, but they would bump that shit, you know. See, like hard motherfuckers go like da-da-dum, down, da-da-dum, da-da, like you would just see that. So yeah, Mariah was a big fucking deal, but like I think, you know, people looking back who weren't there, they can look back hindsight and be like, this was maybe her more significant work, her longer lasting work, but Always Be My Baby was a fucking bop and still is, and I listen to that shit in my spare time, which I don't listen to a lot of shit in my spare time. Yeah, that's the problem with recordings and singing. Oh, it's the problem, because it rings like a bell. A good singer rings like a bell. And on a microphone, it's not quite the same, but it's... there's still something about our inability to capture the human voice at its finest that is extremely frustrating. By having the thing underneath it, the long notes underneath it, it really does change kind of the texture of how the bass comes out. All right, let's just group that and call it a bass. Trying to think of a clever thing to call bass, but nope. I never thought of how much I relied on on my vision until I started losing it, and now I say, that the only thing I can't live without hearing is my voice. It would be hard to lose, but my hearing. Okay, I can appreciate that. That like if the context of my living situation changed, that my decision making would be different. I can buy that. Yeah. Imagining have that much positive impact on someone's life that they would be like, I would die if I can't hear this again. That's a powerful statement about art, I think. Because it's not that you can't listen to the things that she creates. You know, I'm sure interviews would be fascinating, but it's the things that she makes that I think like transcend her ability to be a person in people's lives, which is just like, I think about that a lot. Art versus the artist. And like trying not to take art personally and creating I don't know. It's like, it's art. It's profound. I think inherently, I think the way that we communicate to one another, and the value we put towards it, you know? All right, I think the volume's okay. I have to keep in mind too, it's my bass. I want to put Antares on this. The choir effect. I made this with my voice. It's pretty fucking cool. I just have to mix these. No point in mixing them. Yeah, alright. And now we'll grab an EQ and just see what we're working with here. Da-da-da-da. That's the bass. There we go. That thumps. I actually don't like it when it's... Alright. I think I've successfully mixed the bass and left enough room for the rest of the mix. This took way longer than I thought it would, but as that's tends to be how things work out. A little upset we couldn't get a little bit more out of the MIDI programming, but I think what ended up happening was that all the MIDI programming was kind of sustained and on the same pitches, no less. And then it was also on the low end, so that tends to do that. So that lent itself, I think, to not having a lot of rhythmic variation. So, but that's not bad. you can't hear it on your phone, don't worry. You're kind of not supposed to. I could get a saturator. And then do it this way. How do the bass saturators work again? Because, like, people...
What's going on? It's Hellfire with MachineMasters.com, and I got a quick little tip that I think you guys might find useful in your engineering and production. Now, we as engineers and producers spend tens of thousands of dollars every year on the highest quality studio equipment we can afford, just in order to get the biggest and best sound that we can achieve with our budget, and get as close to an industry sound as possible, only for our music to be consumed on crappy speakers. And likewise, we spend hundreds and thousands of dollars on big speakers just so we can get a nice, fat, hard-hitting low end in our music, only for our music to be consumed on speakers that
He
can't
speaks
support
the
those
truth.
frequencies. So, what I have here is a quick little tip that's going to show you how where you have big speakers, or in a car where you have a nice sound system with a few subwoofers. But when you play this back on a cell phone or a laptop or some earbuds, check how my kick sounds on smaller speakers. I like to reference my 5-inch studio laptop speaker itself, or I like to listen on my MacBook, or just some headphones. Whatever you want to use, I suggest trying all of them, and then just making sure it sounds good and consistent on all of them. Now, you're not gonna really want to try to set this kick drum with another sound. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy the notes to a complete new track. So I'm gonna go in sequence edit. I'm gonna copy the events. I'm gonna tell it I want it bar 1 through 9, and I'm gonna put it on track 8, and I'm gonna replace whatever's on that track. I have nothing on that track now, so it really doesn't matter. And when I go to my new track, you're gonna see, it put the notes there, and it put the notes, in the same spot as where they were on the original track. So the next thing I want to do is I want to either load a sample onto that pad on that new track, but in this case, what I did was I went to something that I felt was quicker. So I loaded up an instance of Native Instruments Drum Lab, right? So I picked a preset that I like, and then I found the kick drum that I wanted to layer over it. So I went through the different ones they have, and that's the one I like, and that's the one I want to use. So if I close this out, I can see that.
Yeah, so he uses layers.
I want together. You have this
saturation.
There's too much low end, and we can enhance the sound of that kick to make them blend better together. So let's bring this up so you can hear it a little better before I. All right, that's with and without. So if you're listening on some smaller speakers now, you can already hear the difference that adds alone. And like I said, I don't really like the way that sounds in that particular tone, so I'm going to enhance that kick drum that I've added by using some plugins. So the first thing I did was added a 2-band EQ. And what I did with this was I basically cut out the frequencies that I don't want. So, this is called a parametric EQ. Basically, this all the high end that it added to punch through to the smaller speakers. I only need you really want just a mid. Maybe you can have a little high, but this is what I like when I tweaked it. So I'll let you hear what this sounds like. So this is without it. And this is with.
Yeah, but then you're eating the rest of the mix. Like, this is why people use saturators. But
it's too much, and it's going to add mud to your mix. So this is, again, what we have so far.
Like, layering is fine and good, but not if you don't want the sound.
Okay, so the next thing I did was, once I had that, I realized that it was something in the mid range that I didn't like. So I basically just cut that out, and I'll let you hear what that sounds like. Just basically, I put a notch somewhere around there. What you do is you get it sweep through. I'll show you.
Like, what I'd rather do at that point would be something like this. But if I do that, it's not gonna work for the oh, fuck it, I'll just export audio. We're gonna go Bice group, and then where is my fuck it? I'll just do the whole thing. Like if I'm gonna do that, instead of using, like if I'm not using samples, I'll do this. And then I'll use an EQ. No, I'm not gonna use a dynamic. I want a static EQ. I'll bring it down like that. Let's try that. I'll have to listen to that on some speakers. I'm gonna mute my mic so I can do that without some sort of feedback loop. All right, that should sound a lot better on mobile. Y'all talking about Mariah warms my heart. Certainly more than this bass does. It's so saw-y that I almost worry if it's too much. Like really gritty. There we go. Now it sounds a little too kick-y for my taste. That sounds better. Because we're still trying to get into the pop element of things. And that nastiness of the bass is just kind of not where we want to be. And that's the other thing, is the side chain needs to be there. It's better. That prevents it from getting too muddy. Probably true. That's probably true. Yeah, I think that'll work. Because now I need context. I can't keep mixing without context from other shit. But this works. And nothing's to say I can't use more gates on like different frequencies for different instruments. When I listen to like the actual final mix of Lavender Haze, I'm like, Jesus, this was a lot of money. Oh my God, that's a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah, without the punchiness to it, I don't think it works. Which makes me think, like, do I really even need the kick? Like, probably not. What's the kick doing? What's the drums doing? Yeah, they only really do anything here. And, like, if I just see what they're actually doing... Contact. Yeah, there's got to be the punch, and I think I'm going like half. I think I'm doing too many half measures. So yeah. Like that's got to get fixed. Red pop kit. This is what's going on here. Just snare, hi-hat, kick stays the same. The kick is super clicky, which I'm not sure if it is that way in actually Lavender Haze, but what I could do is this. And then just solo that for... And then, actually, if I just go back to where they were before and just make it slight like that. And then I can double this, duplicate, I'll just call that kick. And then and use tube. And then let's try that. Ha 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 ha. That's funny. Yeah, I think I gotta do another EQ, to get rid of the low end, like the super low end on the kick. Muddies it too much. Also think I should probably just remove it from this. And then I think it's on every beat without a skip. So, and then differentiate it in the arrangement as much as I love that little glitchy thing. There we go. All right. Woo! And then I'll adjust the grittiness of the bass another time when I have more context to the other instruments. Just saying, it's pretty good. It's pretty good for the first go around of it. I started the stream at 6, 2.5 hours into the mix. Never done this before. I'm not mad about it. Oh, here we go again. I love that song. Whoever decided to make a video about that with the treadmills was fucking genius, because even their next video that was like on like an airplane doing like crazy shit, it didn't do as well as the treadmill. Needs more of the click, I think. Or it's not really indicative of an EDM kick. There we go. Maybe... No. There we go. Then I want a slight... I just want a little bit of a gate, or a side chain. Just the tiniest bit of side chain on the bass here. Don't tell me I cannot sidechain. I sidechain anything I want at any point in time, whenever I want to. There we go. We'll do this right around 100. And then, let's see if I can get rid of less. That's a pretty sick, like, that's a pretty chunky, it's a pretty chunky sound there. Let me see what it sounds like on not my really nice headphones, because that always kind of matters, doesn't it? And then, is it the Zowie? Rip. Nope. Forgot how I did this last time. There we go. Okay. No, I'm not getting these. Yeah, I'm not getting those. Still not getting them. Kind of matters a lot that I get these. Oops. That's no, that's fine, actually. We're just gonna go overboard. Yeah, you can't really hear it. Let's do. Let's just turn the sidechain off. Glue this on. Oops. Let's try that. And then. better. What frequency range does this snare occupy? Okay, so that would explain that. 170 to 200. Okay, and then device on. Okay. Oops. Uh-huh. You know what? Different way to do this, it's easier. Nice. Nice. Okay. That's the bass. Hey, Apples, we're working on the worst rendition of Taylor Swift's Lavender Haze if it were some sort of demented beatbox opera. So welcome to the here's if you missed it, this is the bass and the percussion. And if you're wondering, how the hell is that going to turn into Lavender Haze? I don't know yet. So, but that's not bad for a couple hours here. This might have been better with a timer. We love a. You can't hear it. It's probably not very loud. I'll crank it for a second. Also, if you're listening on your phone, you will have a harder time hearing it. I'm trying to adjust for that. Let me get my RC505 thing on, but it is very low on volume on purpose. All right. Yeah, it is very low. And Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, I think it is fine when you can't hear it. I mean, that's what mixing is, though. There's going to be a lot of tinkering. This is also why I mix really low. Transient masters need to be a little bit better on whoops. You know what? Instead of another transient master, I'm gonna use a gate. It's silly. Yeah. Timing. Very importanto. Nice. That sounds way better. Not bad. Do you want to hear the drum and bass section of my Lavender Haze cover? I'm doing an analysis of Lavender Haze, and so I'm trying to do like an all vocal thing so that I can actually use it without it being, you know, completely nuked in terms of monetization. So this is the drum and bass, but if you're listening to it on the phone, it's going to be rough. Whoa, that would be why that happened. Can't hear it at all? Yeah. You're on your phone? Because that might be why. Let me check. No, that would explain it. That would explain why you can't hear it. Got it. I fixed it. You should be able to hear that. Right? You're on the computer. Okay. I'll wait for a little bit and see if that's fixed it. There we go. Okay. I did this all with the inward bass sample. Or the inward vocalized chest bass. Really the only reason I use inward bass as a word is because y'all make up so much shit with beatboxing. It's great. At the same time, it's like, fuck. I still feel like it's not clean enough, but it's not bad. I think this maybe isn't too much in the mids. Seeing it doesn't sound like an EDM kick. That sounds a little bit more EDM-y. It just sounds like it's actually like a real kick, which is kind of like kudos to my sound design, but like, you know, like, geez. This is all of it. All of what you're hearing, all of it came from a sample of my inward vocalized chest bass. All of it. That's just sampled, mixed, and sound design, pitched, yada 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 yada. But this is all from one sample of my inward vocalized chest bass. All of it. So it's not bad. Yeah, there's not a single part of it that isn't that. I almost don't want to change the fact that it sounds like a normal kick. Yes, sorry, inward vocalized chest bass fry with burgers on the side. Whatever the fuck, like, whatever y'all want to call it. It's I do. What is it? Yeah. Yeah, that. Yeah. I tried to get it vocalized. I got a little bit vocalized. It's hard to tell that it's pitched because it's so fucking low. That kick is too much. There we go. Bring down the mud. Yeah, it's so damn low. I'll play the sample itself. And this was pitched down by an octave. Just because, like, there's no way I'm getting it down that more, so I'll pitch it up again. That way you can all hear it. But this is, like, supposed to be sub-bass bass. Like, it's you know, Lavender Haze is EDM in nature, so that's hence that. But there's a lot of post-processing I did on this as well, so. The pitch comes in and out. It's a little bit more clean than that prior to me doing all that fucked up shit. But it's definitely not, the pitches are not there ideally, but they are pitched. Where is it? I have them pitched. Yeah, okay, so they're pitched. Like drums are, when you're doing recordings, drums are pitched. You put them in key, but it's really hard to tell. I would go straight to the 8th octave. I mean, that's what it's hard to do for me as well. But yeah, no, there's a reason I'm not going to save this as a sample because I think it's just not, it's not ideal as as for what I want it to be, but that's not bad. See, like, am I a great producer? No. But does anybody expect the opera singer to come in and do sound design on an inward vocalized chest bass? Name me another individual. You can't. I'm a snowflake. Does anyone give a shit about my snowflakery? Probably not. But I can do it. I still think it's too much. Let's see. Nice. It's supposed to be a snare, but it's not really a snare, is it? Oh, it's fine. And then now we can bring down the EQ. I just want the pitch to go up as well. Da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 da. So long. Yeah. Oh. I'll just do half steps then. That is so, it's interesting how pitch affects percussion so much more. Cookie Monster tea kettle, yeah. Do I even like that? I don't think I like that. There's a resonant frequency in there somewhere. All right, this is where I apologize for y'all. If you are prone to finding sounds incredibly obnoxious on repeat, now is the time to mute the stream. Because this is about to get really, unfortunately, ridiculously unfortunate. I will do this for you. I'm actually going to mute the stream for you, so no one has to hear this. It's not bad, actually. I don't mind that. Huh. What if? Oh God, no. Oh dear God, no. Still too resonant. And that frequency is not, pitches. There we go. We're hanging out on that note, we're hanging out on C. And then we go chromatically up. I'm trying to think of what frequency, what note am I going to highlight that goes up by half step? All right. So I'm the key of E flat. Fa 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 fi so would probably make the most sense. Mi so T G A. We're in the key of E flat, so it'd be A flat. All right. But we're doubling it. So A flat would be 830. So a little lower than I thought it was going to be. Let me increase it again. There we go. A flat, 1661. Whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Let's increase the Q a little bit. Let's bring that down the octave, because we're still not using hi-hats yet. 830. And then there we go. Yeah, so drums are pitched, so if I'm going to do an ascending run, I want to do it on notes that make sense. So fa fi so is generally a really safe chromatic bet. So this is, that's with the pitching up. That's me eliminating the resonant frequency. That's the resonant frequency not highlighted. Was it 830? Okay. This is with the resonant frequency highlighted. You hear how there's almost like a whistle. You see what I'm saying? So that's not, you don't want that. But what we do want is it sounds almost a little too synthetic for my taste, even though we're doing EDM. So we're going to actually go with the overtone series, and we're going to bump up everything. So the first note in the overtone series is going to be the 1661. 1661, and we're just going to do that. And then the next one we're going to do is, whoa. So it's octave, and then it's a fifth. So that's going to be E flat, which E flat 6 is. It's going to be E flat. 2.48. We're basically there, but 2486, right? 486. 489. 2489. That's what I'm talking about. I don't think people know that I know these things. Now the whistling thing that's going in there is obnoxious as hell for me. So now if we want it to sound even better, let's add more overtones. 1 5. Yeah, fuck me. I forget if it was 1 5. When you want to do like weird ass chords, a great way to do it is to use the overtone series to justify it. 1 5 1. Or 1 5 1 5 1 4. Hold on. Okay. 1 5 1 4. Yeah, perfect fourth. So a perfect fourth from here would be, you see, E would be at D. A flat. D flat. That doesn't seem right. Let me get my piano out, because I'm fucking fried. But we're in E flat. So it would be D natural. Weird. Thought I had that right, but I did not. Okay, and you can go here, and then you isolate the Q. Denatural. Two. I feel like we're higher than that though already. Yeah. Then denatural 7 would be 46. 4,700. What? This one. And then even further down. And that resonant frequency is just like killing my soul. Here's how it's kind of like, just like there's this, and it just doesn't go away. Well, this is more than music theory. This is, this is sound design. Mixed with, it's sound design viewed from the perspective of music theory. So that resonant frequency just makes me drives me fucking insane. So what I'd have to do is probably add another EQ, or at least like do this. There we go. So I have added a dynamic EQ. So if the resonant frequency lasts too long and is too high for my liking, the dynamic EQ will take that down only if it is resonating above that. So now we have almost like hi-hats. So yeah. Yeah. And we'll do this as well, and that'll probably increase the quality. That is not what I wanted. I don't mind it. All right. Start. It just needs to go lower in volume. Except now it's the problem with putting it in F sharp. You mean the whole thing, or the key that we're working with? So because we're in E flat, the second degree of the scale is F. So we could bring everything up higher, but the problem is then we're running into some issues. I think that's kind of cool because it goes into the lower note, so it actually works out to descend. And notice how it's there, but it doesn't sound super fucking fake or obnoxious. That's all the work that we put in to make sure that the pitch changing algorithm was of high quality. Ableton comes with that. the overtone series was more than just like one dimensional, where we added a bunch of the overtone series. We took care of the fact that this was recorded in a room whose resonant frequencies are an issue. So we took care of that with both a dynamic EQ as well as transient shifter. How would I put this? So and there's, whenever you have a sound, you have attack, sustain, decay. So that's called an envelope. So the attack is what we want because it's a percussion instrument. And so generally the decay is immediate. There's no sustain. But what's happening is that there's this resonant frequency, this one little bitch of a fucking frequency that sustains itself because of how the room is designed. So by putting this at the end, not only do I solve that problem by putting the sustain down even further, I've now also put a dynamic EQ so that whenever the pitch kind of stays too long and is too loud, the dynamic EQ crushes it. So this is the art of sound design. And I do say art, and I fucking love it. And I don't get to do this often, and I don't talk about I just don't talk about this stuff. But I know it and I do it. Just in this section, maybe. I just want to stay in the key of the tune though, because this is an analysis of the arrangement. So like the thing is that, you know, all of the shit that they're doing. Yeah, but I think you're right. Like it would just, I think for myself, for my purposes, that overtone is a fucking pain in the ass, and it's here right now, and I want you to know how much I don't like you. Resonant frequencies. Fucking anyway. But I think you're right. Like if doing this in the future, I think just going higher. This is EDM, so the bass is as bass as it can bassy bass. But I 100% agree with you that this doesn't need to be this low in the future. I do feel like it's not, the pitches are not. Wait. I think it's, I put it as a, there we go. There we go. That's what we want. We want that chromatic. So this'll make much more sense when we add. Next up, we're doing the harmonies, and that'll be another stream, and that'll be more of this stuff where I practice my resonance, and then I take that and use it as a sample throughout the entire piece. And what I love about all this, if anyone calls me lazy for not just singing the notes and like this fucking whatever 7-8 octave range, you point into this live stream and you tell them to fuck off. Come at me. You want to tell me how fucking everything should be a cappella? How about everything should be shut the fuck up? How about that? How about that imaginary critic who has not even spawned into existence yet? How about that shit? It also works really well because it's going from the pitch that was up, and then it goes down. Like it's actually kind of filthy. It's really nice. Like it goes right really down to that bass. I almost want it to be less subtle. Like I kind of want to do the same thing here. What's wonderful about doing what we did here is I'd almost want to double it again. This is one of those things where I could get lost in the weeds. This is one of those things where it's like, I should call it a day and do this next time. But I'll write that down. But this is why, like, I had a professor who is very much like, the Beatles are the greatest thing to ever exist in life. And so everything we learned, oh shit, it's Valentine's Day? Fuck. I can never tell. My wife is always like, I hate Valentine's Day. It's terrible. Fuck Valentine's Day. And then, like, I don't do anything, and she's like, I really wish you would have done something for Valentine's Day. So I think what I might do is I might do like a dinner on the next day that's not Valentine's Day. So oh shit. Oh no, they aren't what, Tink? That's fucking early. We always want something. Yeah. Well, it's been shitty for her. Cause I had like some health issues that I'm still working through to make sure that I'm competent enough to work without getting like which is like on its way. It's like coming up next in life chapter, like it's really close. But like as it gets closer, days like today will happen where I cooked this food and it was old, and she was like, why didn't you save me some? And I'm like, well, you know, it's old and you don't have the strongest stomach. I ate it this morning, food poisoning. so it's like, it was her day off and she's like, fuck. So it's like, you know, this is what happened because I achieved whatever success I achieved at the cost of a lot of other things in life. I have to make this sort of dramatic adjustment, but it's fine. I mean, everyone's got life problems. Everyone's got its own thing. So, you know, it's just, it's constant tweaking of knobs and working on things. And I'm making better videos than I was when I sacrificed everything else. I'm just not doing it at the same pace because I'm trying to gradually build up everything before I make another like super epic push for the channel. But it's cool because like I get to show off this shit. You know, like 3 people are watching this because 3 people care. But anyway, so yeah, I'll make her breakfast. I think I don't know. I'll have to think of a recipe for her because she's vegan, gluten-free, although more vegan now because of she had some stomach help stuff. So gluten was just because she had trouble digesting, and now she's much better off with that. So yeah, I have to do some sort of chocolate ganache or something like that. But yeah, like imagine a world like this is what I'm excited about for the Taylor Swift video, because I am intentionally not listening to the song and just trying to do like the audio engineering bits of it, because I was going to talk about the arrangements, and in order to talk about the arrangements I need to talk about like, you know, occupying different frequencies. And no, I appreciate it. I'm not trying to belittle the dedication that you all have. I'm just excited that it's humbling that people still care. I'm excited about that. I'm excited that I get to show off some stuff for this video and videos coming up. I've shown Defiant, because it was relevant to a conversation that we were having, how quickly I can shit out music videos. So this is very much like that, where he lets me yell about how much Mariah doesn't get credit. That's true love right there. That's what that is, thing. But yeah, no, I just have to do some stuff, and like, you know, I was on this medication that was like fucking just annihilates me and everything that like I can do. I'm just like sleeping the entire day, so correcting that has been great. It's been slow though. So speaking of resonant frequencies, it's muddy. So to make room for the mids, yeah. So that's a bit extreme. What I'll do is I'll put another side chain on it. A chain on bass relative to the mids. But this is also why the fact that this is so in the basement is also why like reverb settings on pop music is just so like the lows are just annihilated. So so I'll have to do all these again. Make my own kind of things for, but yeah, this is why when people like, I like the video I was watching before that you guys were watching with me, where he's like, yeah, if you want shit to sound louder on your phone, just layer the kick. And I'm like, yeah, but like, do you understand what that accomplishes? Like, you're doing that and it works, but do you know why it works? And so that's where like I get frustrated. But this is cool. This is where I find also the beatbox community, maybe loopers would give a shit, because a lot of what loopers care about is doing everything with their own voice. And you know, the RC505 Mark II is phenomenal, but there are limits. However, if you develop shit in advance and you know what you're doing here, you can do this shit live. And the more you understand about sound design, the easier that is. A lot of what people do with the RC505 and looping in general, that's sound design. That's the people who are killing it are the people who can do sound design and are also great musicians. And so the people that keep coming in and killing it and doing better and better and better and better, they're using sound design. And right now everything is the loop station. But I think that from what I'm getting is that the recordings are becoming much more significant in beatboxing, like the recordings and the covers, so, which is why we're doing what we're doing. But I'm not going to impose this on you. Like, I will do this. I actually also like this part of it. But like lining up kicks and stuff like that is obnoxious to me. But like yeah, I can play piano, I play guitar, I beatbox, I sing opera, I feel comfortable in a DAW. I can make videos, I can make them fast, I can make music videos, I can do, or I'm hoping, I don't do montages very well, but that's what I'm working on next. Yeah. And if I knew what I was doing, this wouldn't have took 3.5 hours. Like, this should have taken 30 minutes at most. But, like, I was figuring shit out. It sounds good, though. I like it. Like, it sounds kind of like grungy, a little gritty, but it's not like heavy metal or anything like that. So I think this will work for the Taylor Swift project. It'll definitely not be pop music, but that's fine. There's only so much I can pretend to give a damn. I'm not here to sound like Taylor Swift. Sorry, y'all. Sorry to disappoint. If I were able to make this into a sample library, I would be able to control the dynamics a lot better. Because Contact is fucking amazing. And you only really need like 2 samples of different qualities. It's kind of insane to you know, get different pitches and get different volume and stuff like that. So making sample libraries is a lot easier than I thought it was. But I want to wait until the resonance is like until Defiant says that's inward bass and it's tolerable. Or if you send me the inward bass shit and then I can make a sample out of that, but I'm not. Yeah, could you imagine? What is even Romeo, Juliet, I don't want to live alone. That's the next bit. So that's the bit. I'm going to make a cover, or not a cover. I'm going to make like a song structured in the style of Taylor Swift, where the lyrics are just blatantly like, I'm this, I'm that, so why don't you love me? This, I was going to call the song Why Don't You Love Me? And then I basically took this structure and made my own MIDI arrangement, and I'm going to take basically all of this shit and then slap it on another one and do my own little bit of it. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how long this takes, but we don't need more than a bit, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I mean this mostly as a joke. Don't be such an artist, man. I made all of this. All of what we just saw in the DAW, I made it with this. Oops. I made it with this. It's all that. It's one sound turned into this. You know, it took me a lot longer than I wanted it to, but it'll be faster next time. So, you know what I mean? So plugins are great. DAWs are great. Anyway. That's where, so this is another thing where this translates, Tank. This is another thing where this translates that I'm so excited about, is to take Mariah's overdubs and really explain why they're fucking killer. Like, really get into it, like this, and really talk about why it's so fucking hard. And I don't know if she uses, if she did, she probably uses autotune just because everyone does. It gives a certain, it's aesthetically pleasing. I actually really like the way autotune sounds, and I think a lot of people don't realize that they actually do like the sound. But if she uses autotune, what she does is she does like little micro tunings, like of a couple like little hertz here and there so that it's more harmonious. And maybe she doesn't do that. I don't necessarily think it's more impressive to take more time laying down the thing. I think it's impressive to be able to do. I see these things in isolation. There's vocal technique. Can she do it in isolation? Probably. She's pretty fucking good. From an engineering standpoint, it doesn't really matter how you get there. It's the sound, right? That's the end result of the album. That's all I give a shit about from the engineering perspective. So I don't give a shit from an analysis of her overdubs. I don't care how she got the pitches or how she sang it. I care about the mixing, because I think we can all appreciate she's a fucking bangerang singer, but I don't think people understand how good she is as a recording artist. That's the point I want to make. Yeah, no, I don't foresee anybody. The amount of work it takes to get overtones like, overdubs like Mariah Carey is fucking nuts. It's fucking nuts. I'm doing with friends. We're playing Counter-Strike, and I'm trying to do. Oh, dude, I didn't watch your video. Oh, I'm not a good friend. It's the same project that we had, right? That you were talking about, the sound thingy-majig. A link. It's so, those overdubs are so bad, but like that's why we go clean them up and shit. Anyway, did you send it to me in Discord? You'll have to send me the project. Okay, you link it in Discord. She has to be so precise, but she loves being in the studio, and you can tell that. Yes. Yes, that is the thing with Mariah Carey that I think makes her such an extraordinary recording artist. She actually really likes being in the studio. Blech. Have I been voting for her? Ah. God, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Those award shows are always like a fucking... When you know how they actually work, you're like, oh. It's a popularity contest, but it's not just a popularity contest. It's like how emphatic are your fans, you know? So let's see. Let's give this a look. Not to criticize what you're doing about it, Tink. It's just like it's frustrating that you know it's less of a skill to get these awards and more about how much you impact people, which is fine. So these are different takes. Sounds like it's a different time signature. Nice, dude. Yeah, I figured that one out real quick. right, let's come up with some video ideas for these real quick. For each one, like let's put these into context. All right. And we'll come up with a couple different ideas so we're not super rigid on the format. Let's just do that. Why not? Yeah, the Grammys are fucking trash. The Grammys have always been trash. But I like what what's their face said it. AC/DC, when they got inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they were like, we don't care, but it's really good for the fans. So that's good. That's cool. So I think that the award shows are really for the fans more than for industry stuff. But yeah, it is so weird that Ozzy Osbourne, who basically conceived, like was in the band that really conceived of metal as we consider it today, like Deep Purple, I think put a lot towards making what we understand as metal. Deep Purple absolutely doesn't get enough credit for that, but come on. Like Ozzy, not, you know, come on, Crazy Train, Iron Man. Anyway. Yeah, he absolutely deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And that he's not as... Yeah, that he's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Yeah. Yeah, if that's the reaction. The father of heavy metal is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yep. That's fucking insane. That goes to show you how much that shit matters. Let's see. How many techniques were in that video? Defiant. There was lip roll, right? Lip sub bass, sub pass. I don't know. This band was the reason heavy metal was coined. Yep. Not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Is that a click roll? One of those? There's a click roll, tongue, trill. My vernacular is not going to be up to par. Okay. Lip roll, basic percussion, tongue bass. Now, the thing that I would ask you here is to take to make my life a lot easier, if you took the things that you wanted. Yeah, hop on in. We'll just do a call so that I should have like a Discord interview thing. But I don't think I do. I think I have Lesage working group reactions, but then I don't want like this is with purpose. So I'll just do a call. We'll do a call if that's okay with you. We'll wait for your reply. Jimi Hendrix is one of those guitarists where he's so hyped, and so you learn about guitar, and like a couple years in, this is what's going on there. A couple years in, you're like, oh, Jimmy was all right. Like they're cool. And then like a decade later, you realize like, oh, all of this technical shit that I found to be overwhelming or underwhelming or whatever. You go back and you're like, oh, well, now that I can actually do those things, that's not going to be the criteria for what I think is good or bad. And then you go back and you listen to Jimi Hendrix and you're like, God damn it, he's so good. So it's like he follows the Dunning-Kruger curve precise, like, oh my god, Jimi Hendrix is a god. He's not that great, whatever, I know more, but oh my god, Jimi Hendrix is a god. He follows the Dunning-Kruger curve. Precisely, like, yeah, Jimi Hendrix is pretty fucking good. Okay, so just some carryover notes. There's some resonant frequencies. Gate, transient, master. Why do I have so many different... I need to take care of my fucking... the scene, because it's just like, my face shouldn't be so weird. Anyway. Dynamic. EQ. I think that, okay. Let me just make, okay, good. Yeah, you'll probably, unfortunately, back in the day
I can turn myself up if that helps anything.
Test one more time.
Testing.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just such a fucking shame that, what you calls it, the fucking, the stream is so out of sync.
Yeah.
But
it makes it hard to directly communicate about things.
Yeah. I think, can you, we can call on the actual thing. No, are you logged in? You're here now, right? It says here now?
Yeah.
Okay. If I play it, can you hear it?
I don't know. Go ahead, play.
Yeah, I'm playing it now.
No, it's not playing, but I have the same track unmuted as you, I think, the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that lines up. What if I play?
Go for it.
I'm playing.
Yeah, no.
Wait.
I'm calling you on
Okay.
On the other one. We might
disconnect on Discord.
Discord, yeah. Okay, I can hear you there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Try playing.
Up my volume there. Talk again?
Yeah, testing 528.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, try playing it. Let's see what happens.
Okay, play.
Are you playing it?
Yeah. Damn.
I know. Whatever. That sucks, because that would be...
Yeah, well, we can...
Wait, you're on
what?
it. You're editing. It says you're
Control-Z
editing it, which is cool.
Something changed.
Yeah, it looks like we can see if we all
Control-Z.
highlight it.
You deleted something. It looks like... Or wait, no. This
No,
got
no.
brought out. Never mind. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We're figuring this one
I
out.
got confused.
Can we share
Is there
No.
effects?
the guest call? What's the point of having the call? Oh, you still there with me? Probably not. Just gonna call him on Discord. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I thought that was gonna go differently than it did. Share project audio. Try this. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
You can hear it now?
Yeah.
Nice. So on the gear in the bottom left of or bottom right of the call, you can have share project audio on. Sorry, I'm getting OBS on.
Okay. Now I'm with you. And now I see. Okay, yeah, so I am set to the right microphone and everything. I'm glad.
Nice. Yeah, so the main thing is going to be taking the samples, and I don't really care that we're not in like a professional studio. The reality is that beatboxing content, sorry, y'all, it's a low bar. There's just not a lot of investment in that yet, but there will be. So if we watch, have we watched Maddox together?
Not together now.
Let's watch one of his mixing things where he mixes like a toad, if you have the patience for it.
Sure.
All right. Let me get a watch together. So he, like I could explain what he says, but he's better than I am. So he explains it better. But he does it with like a toad.
Welcome to my first
the
ever
end
beatbox
result
mix.
is amazing. Also, his video editing is hilarious.
Welcome to my first ever beatbox
so
mixing tutorial.
Just from are you in the watch together? I didn't link it, did I? Why am I
No.
expecting you to be there? Are you in the thing that you have no idea exists here? There we go.
Am I in the thing I haven't sent you? Huh. Hold on.
Yeah. So I sent that your way. I'll put it over here so people can watch on the stream. And yeah, Tink, he absolutely set out to accomplish something and achieved it. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, cool. You're in. So, just for the shits, I want you to watch the intro and then watch how the pacing just falls off dramatically.
Welcome to my first ever
Just
beatbox
because as a
mixing
creator,
tutorial.
it's like, I feel this.
In this video I'm gonna show you how I got from this to this. So stay tuned if you want to find out. Yo, what's up, my current feature beatbox? Welcome back to another video with your boy Maddox, aka
Man of culture.
Today I'm
didn't
gonna
age
take
well.
the new song of Codfish, Swimming Like
Oops.
a Toad, and mix it in 3 different styles. First is a natural mix, second is a high production mix, and third is a
overproduced mix.
And before you start worrying, of course I ask for permission this time. You know, this is how you do it if you have culture. Alright, so let's go directly into the project. And this time
I'm
actually
filthy,
gonna wear
so we didn't
For
ask.
mixing, I usually use the Biodynamic DT880. They are half open. That means they're not completely closed, but
I really
the
like
sound
open
feels
headphones,
I
but
would
that's
recommend
me.
these headphones though for record song. So to the
I don't have any, but I would like to eventually.
They're phenomenal for mixing. I think his half open, half closed is probably like a nice compromise for not breaking up workflow. But mixing, you can't beat open headphones. It just saves your ears so much.
Yeah, I only have ATH-M50Xs. The $100 Audio-Technica, pretty standard studio
Monitoring mic.
headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're closed backs, and it can definitely be,
Draining to the ear.
yeah.
Yeah. Let me close what I don't need to have open. Because this is going to overheat my computer pretty bad. Closing Discord. That window. Close this window. Calculator doesn't need to be a thing. This doesn't need to be a thing. Okay. Nice. Appreciate the standby
Pause
music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Swimming like a toad, keep it low like you're poison.
Jesus,
Exactly.
dude.
So for the natural mix,
Yeah,
I want to keep
vibration
everything
is
on
crazy.
one layer because I don't want to have like issues when I'm fading something. That's what I would do on a higher production. You're gonna see later what I mean by this. So
So he's gonna have it all on one layer? There's no way. I mean, that would explain why a lot of
later
the...
with a de-esser.
There's
Smack
no
attack.
way.
I use a
Yeah, so you see how the pacing just totally doesn't... Oh my god. Oh my god, that's way too much. For my old ears. God, it's all on one track? This is fucking outrageous. My fucking silly sentiments are...
He wanted to do like specifically a more natural mix first, I believe it was, and then he did a fully produced one at the end or something.
I
like
think...
that.
I mean,
Or was that
that makes
another-
sense to me. I don't think he
Oh,
does...
This is the natural one. So
Oh,
he did a
natural
second
style,
part.
part 1, part 2, part 3. Smart man.
Yeah.
Break it up. Fucking smart guy. Okay,
And I mean,
that makes
it
sense.
gives people, they can go to each separate one for like advice on which kind of thing they want to do.
Yes, that makes more sense. In which case, I'm going to go right to part 3. If he made part 3, Maddox is
I
smart
thought it was
about...
just 2.
Was there? He puts 2 in here. Okay, maybe the high
beatbox
production
make-
is... Here we go. Here's separate tracks. Like for our purposes, not doing separate tracks is kind of silly. For our
Yeah.
purposes. So I'll just put that in here. Just because we're gonna add so many fucking layers. Gotta have the layers. All right.
Welcome back to the second beatbox mixing video. In this video we're gonna take the natural.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. So okay, so at first he does... Interesting. So he does the effects first. That's crazy to me. But it might have just been for the sake of the pacing of the video. Also, I don't know if you could tell like how crazy the intro is and then like how it's not continued at that pacing.
Yeah.
I love it because like I respect the shit out of Maddox. I think he's like a big part of the future of the scene. How y'all do this shit, it's awesome. Sorry, y'all. I wasn't paying attention. How y'all do this shit, it's awesome. We do it a lot.
Yeah.
Endless amounts of
It's-
curiosity.
Constant, every day.
Yeah,
Whenever I have nothing else to do with my mouth, I'm doing that.
yeah. Some people have fidget spinners,
Yeah.
you know.
100%.
I do this. Just woke me up. Yeah, sorry about that. Woke my ass up too. How he does that low one is fucking nutty. How well did these do? Educational content doesn't tend to do well. Yeah, no. Way underperformed relative to the effort. Great for our purposes though, but this is what sucks with being Maddox is like you're so fucking good, and I will swear up and down I think he's integral to the future of beatboxing on
100%.
the internet. But a lot of
Has
people
been for a long time.
Yes,
Will
yeah.
continue to be.
absolutely, and I don't think people understand the skill set, which is where it would be cool to make content around that in a way that is a little bit more expeditious and perhaps even frivolous. Like we said, fun. Not that this isn't fun, but I think that like this is serious work. This is why it might only have 11K views, but I guarantee you the amount of commissions he got for this, probably a lot. Like he charges, I think, 70 an hour or something like that. I have to double check, but he does fine. I'm pretty sure. I think people reach out to him for stuff because he is the guy. He's the guy.
He is. He
So.
is constantly making music videos for other beatboxers and mixing, like recording the track, doing the music video, everything.
Yeah.
Or other people will just send him the audio to get mixed and they have their own music video. But
Yeah.
like he's
Yep.
got the whole shebang going on. And
Yeah.
he's constantly putting shit out for people.
And that's the thing is that, like, you know, how much, if I'm Codfish, man, I release a remaster of the thing that he sends me. Easy content, low hanging fruit. Just be like, Swing Like a Toad remaster. And then in the description, mixed and mastered by Maddox. Like, anyway. No, he's smart. He's going to only get bigger over time. And I think there might be a point where one of two things happen. He does this enough for himself, the way he did in the BBU, in which case he just fucking explodes in relevance and popularity, or he does it for somebody else and that person explodes and then he's the guy, in the same way the editor for Logan Paul became the guy.
Yeah.
Your two right hands to even play the piano. Left hand takes a long time though. It really does. Putting hands together on piano takes such a fucking long ass time. I think it's because I can't keep a steady beat. I can't play the drums. It took me, let me be very clear. When I started beatboxing, no one wanted to hear me make a sound. Now that I can beatbox, anyone who is around me when I started making the sounds doesn't want to hear me make the sounds.
Yeah.
So anyway,
it's
sorry.
not pleasant to be around for extended periods of time. I would know because everyone around me tells me so. No.
It's worse with opera too, unless you're getting really loud with your bass. Yeah.
I try to specifically only practice when no one is around.
Yeah.
No one would be able to really hear.
I should show you some basic tricks and tips to get some audio stuff in your room for cheap, but
yeah, I do need to do that.
Yeah.
In this room, I have some freedom there. But like, I'm normally practicing just throughout my day, like out at work potentially.
Yeah. I have to do one more thing. Fuck. Just gonna write a thing down. I feel like instead of like planning out the live stream, because for me the live streams are supposed to be loose because I need to do what I need to do, and then conversing with y'all is the thing. So I think like,
Let's go directly.
Obviously, this would make a great React video. Fuck it for right now. But like, it would be a great React video, and I just don't have the fucking patience to actually do it because we're not working on React videos at this very moment in time. We're working on something else very specifically. So anyway, just putting some notes down for myself.
Let's go.
So yeah, let's get to the bits where he chops and samples, because how he's selective he is not as diverse as you might think.
Next step is,
and I
this
have
is
watched this a few
probably the
times,
most
so.
annoying step. I'm gonna make different tracks. So I'm basically just copy paste. And the first track is bass. Second one is a short to Vox. Third one is kick, spit snare, PF snare.
We wouldn't need to be so
even
specific
gonna treat vibration
at first.
bass and
He
throw
just
bass
probably
differently.
knows
So now I'm
exactly
gonna
how to mix a
cut
PF snare
everything.
versus a split.
2 hours later.
Whew, that was a lot of work, as you can see now, because sometimes it could cause problems when you just cut
What's
somewhere.
nice
I'm gonna select
is
everything,
that
and
we
I'm gonna
have
drag the region, make it a bit longer, and make a little fade. And do the same on the left and the right side. And as you can see now,
Dude.
it should be everywhere. So it's a little crossfade, just a little bit. Then we go to the drop, as you know
so
from
he
the first video.
Control-Aid and did that for everything.
Drop, as you can
at
see,
once?
now on which sound is happening.
Hold on.
So next step is, and this is prep, I'm gonna make different bass, so now I'm gonna
2 hours later.
now, and I'm gonna drag the region.
Did he
make it a
skip that,
bit
or is
longer,
that how
and
it
make
works
a little
in
fade. And do the
Logic?
same on the left and the right side. And as you can see now, it should be everywhere.
Okay.
So it's a
All
little
right. I was going to
crossfade,
criticize
just a
the
little
workflow
bit.
speed, but that fucking kicks my ass. Cool. Yeah. Crossfading is dope. So this is excessive. First of all, Swimming Like a Toad is a full track.
Yeah, there's no real kick. Like, listen, if you just hear the kick separately, So now what I'm gonna try to detect is a good kick. Yeah, the problem here is he never did like a kick just separately. It was always a dum 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 dum. It was something. Oh. This one is a good one. This one is also okay. And now, unorthodox.
So we don't need to do it to that extent. He's being extremely thorough, probably because, you know, he gets paid money.
Yeah, he's replacing kicks.
Yeah.
To make sure they're consistently good throughout the whole thing.
Like, I wouldn't even worry too much about. Like, for our purposes, we don't need to do. Listen, if our videos start getting millions of views, we'll talk about it.
Yeah. We're just making shit right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, even if it's just yeah, so Control E is to split in this. And so like what I'll usually do is something like this. I don't know. Like I'll just use the playhead. What's cool is you know the beat and how the beat works. So you wouldn't even need to necessarily, I don't know, like you would just add the tracks and do what he's doing, but like do it not as thoroughly would be fine. Because if we do that, we can get the timing to be perfect. And the sound to be clean. And again, we could do it like, you know, a thing at a time, 8 bars at a time or whatever. Yeah. So we could clip this up into a ton of different ideas and then be like, okay, who has a good kick drum? Like, who could we, you know, how do we add context to like, you know, making a good kick or a song with a good kick? And I would just imagine like Alem, like how Alem is so fucking clean, you know, because of how he approaches, yeah, and how like light he does it. Yeah. Like if you add anything, well, that's the thing, he's not. Yeah, I don't know. He's not flat. His power isn't flaccid, but it's a different way of approaching beatboxing than approaching it with power.
Yeah, the thing is, the sounds he's doing are inherently not powerful.
Yeah.
But he does them more powerfully than anyone else. In that very much shows I've heard on stage.
No, he came up in an era where the more shit you did, the more you would win.
Yeah.
That's when he came up. So that's what the style was back then.
And the louder you could TKK, like,
yeah,
and blow everyone away. Because Alim is impressive because he's been, like, doing, like, basically new school beatbox technical combos since, like, 2011.
Yeah.
So
that's fucking amazing.
His title is the father of the new school for a reason. He was the one who revolutionized the TKK combos.
So don't give me much more than that.
Yeah.
Because this is a video right here.
True.
Why is Alem God tier? Or whatever, we could come up with some things, but like why is Alem
the father of the new school?
Yeah.
Because that is his title.
Yeah. And then like the thumbnail would be like, he started everything. I feel like if you have a thumbnail title, it has to be able to be said in the In a World voice, or it's not a good thumbnail text. Like, how he started everything.
Fair.
Or just he started everything. Maybe an arrow to Alem. Can't do anything with the left hand. Mom hates it when I sing, so I understand. When all I did was childhood was scream Christina and Mariah. I guess I understand. Yeah, no, my mother got pissed at me because I would do on the chat equals 1 million views. Yeah. let's see. Yeah, he started everything. Father of New School, etc., etc. We'll make the title whatever, and then we can talk about like why his clean shit is so clean. And then maybe it was like we cheated to sound like Alem.
I can make all his sounds for the most part, but making the sounds isn't the difficulty with all in.
Yeah, it's putting it all together, right?
Yeah.
All right. God, I guess the title would be like making an Alem beat. Making an Alem beat. That's bad. It would be like can we make an Alem beat? No, because it wouldn't be without cheating, because then like 5 minutes into the video we'd be like, no, fuck, we have to cheat. Like I guess it'd be like, why?
How much do we have to cheat?
Yeah.
How many times do we have to cheat? Well,
yeah, I'm thinking about
that's harder to quantify, but like,
yeah. How about this? What makes
doable.
an Alem beat?
Oh, hey, Maple.
Hey, man. Yeah, we're talking about Alem because we have right now we're doing
Alem is amazing.
Yeah, dude, people forget. They get obsessed with the new bass sound. All the audience comes in so young, they don't know. Cheating is good. Cheating is great. I will cheat
100%
every day of the fucking week. This isn't fucking esports. That's how I graduated high school. There you go. So you don't need it again? Who cares? You probably need it again though, so maybe. Well, I don't know. AI, ChatGPT could probably spit out high school level shit pretty quick. Anyway. Yeah, like what makes an LM beat would probably be like, I think a good starting point, right? Because then we could get into, okay, here's
go over his sort of sound set.
Yeah.
For sure. I'll have to do a little bit of extra studying there because I do know a lot of his stuff, but I know a lot of it from all throughout his time. I want to focus on.
People forget about LM in general. But
Yeah.
because the what skills get prioritized always change.
Because he never has any cool new basses.
Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah. Well, it's like when Codfish won, everyone was like, musicality is what we care about. When Dila won, we want the sickest basses. When, when LM won, it was like, how much shit can you put in a beat? Like, which is what makes celebrating a bunch of different beatboxers a really cool idea instead of just doing react videos to people who are doing sick shit right now, which we can do. Yeah. But there aren't always some sick shit to react to. So,
those, I had a thought, but then I couldn't fully form it, and now it disappeared.
Happens.
Darn.
Happens. But I think ultimately we agree on the logic. I think we've discussed this matter.
For sure.
So, I don't want to the ideas you came up with are really cool here. So this is for me an example. Like, if you want to keep the things that you recorded and worked really hard to record, like, all I would say is, like, of the things that you just did, who would have inspired that?
I would definitely say the bottom one was a bit Codfish inspired with the lip rolls.
Okay.
That's sort of the type of combos he does.
So maybe like what makes a Codfish beat?
Yeah, that could be something. I gotta re-listen to the middle one real quick.
Yeah, go for it. It's a shame I
Forgot
don't get
about
to
the
see
bit
the
at the
playhead,
end.
but I do hear it. So
Okay. I am not quite sure there. I know the I was doing a thing at the end with
yeah, this is
the
defiant
lip rolls and
beatboxing.
the 2H snares. The I don't want to do it too loud because it's very, very loud. So
I mean, I
just do it
have
with
compressors
good
and all
technique.
that shit. I mean, I'm if you're worried about the stream, I'm fine. Okay,
It's more
so
just like I don't know. It's loud.
so my next question would be, if we're struggling to fit this all into a what makes a codfish beat, then my next question would be,
I would say this, especially the section at the end of this, would fit into that codfish lip roll territory again.
okay. The reason I say we can expand on that is, like, my versus videos have done really well because I basically get two fan bases to fight with one another. And verses and all that shit is such a big part of beatbox culture that it's like what makes like a codfish beat could also be cross-pollinated with like what are the other influences, if there are any, of this beat or any of the beats that you did.
Yeah, and I know there are beatboxers who I've listened to that have that are the reason I've started doing the lip rolls with the 2H snare, which is another thing that's in there. So I know that's.
It's hard when you're like, when you've been doing it for 10 years and I'm like, what are all your influences? Go.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, okay, hold on.
It's like, how much time you got, man? Like, it's been a few years.
I don't have that many. I don't think you want to hear the whole list because.
Well, I mean, but like maybe because here's the thing, if.
But I definitely get it.
Yeah.
Putting together somewhat of a list is a good idea there, but like.
Yeah.
You know, just like everyone I've picked up a little bit of influence from. Oh God. But like no, I can definitely say like codfish. The codfish sound set is a very basic sound set overall. So I have all that, and I've practiced it all quite a bit. So
yeah, but I also want to be like
definitely do a video on that, but I don't know.
I want to take what you made here because it's like what Maple said. He was like, "Wait, dude, are you fucking nice? Fucking nice." So, you know, if we're going to position you as somebody, and I don't think it's a positioning, I think it's a revealing of your abilities. We might as well frame it as like, hey, this is how awesome all of these people are. And this is how I took this thing and that thing and made a zombie beat. And then we could be like, what if?
Yeah.
What if?
I think I haven't listened back to the first one, but if I remember correctly, it's kind of helium-y on the percussion. So that might be the thing to go for there. I do know a lot about helium. Well, replay this. No, not too much.
Yeah, Defiant's been doing it for over a decade.
It's just a decent percussion idea. What about this one?
Yeah, I think Defiant showed off some of his singing chops last time, but it's been such a long time. We've talked about doing this, what we're doing now, for a
I
while.
don't do opera.
Yeah. Yeah, he sings, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just like I beatbox. I wouldn't call myself a beatboxer. I know enough to impress people who
I've
don't
sung
know.
a lot more on stage than I've beatboxed on stage.
Sure, but like walking
But
around
comparatively,
and, yeah.
experientially, yeah, no, you like demolish, you eclipse me.
Well, I imagine much of your childhood you were like, or like not can I do that, but after you did it, you were like what I'm doing with the inhale chest bass thing, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, where you just like play with a thing.
Yeah.
Until it not like absent-mindedly not thinking, oh, can I make this a sound? Just I am making a sound.
Yeah. Yeah. This is more than a sound. This is what can it do? And that's what I did since I was a kid. And, it ended up translating really well to opera. I started doing with hiccups. I was like, wow, hiccups can be loud. And then what sealed the deal was I saw the Bugs Bunny like dum-dee. So then I was taking a bath and I was like, how do they make that fucking sound? And I started doing some sounds and my brother goes like, shut the fuck up. And I'm like, I could do this. I might want to do this for the rest of my life. Anyway,
that's understandable.
So anyway, like I think if I were younger and I was a big proponent of YouTube, I probably would have gone into beatboxing instead of opera. Like it's just the fascination is there regardless. Especially when you hear it in person.
Yeah, I really want to hear someone other than me beatboxing on like a sound system in a venue, because I am the only beatboxer I have heard doing that, and that's from stage monitors.
Yeah, and I really want to. Yeah, I want to experience that as well, because the second I heard opera for the first time in person, I was like, no, I'm doing this. This is what I'm doing. This is fucking insane. The other guy was doing runs out the ass, Eclipse. Yeah, Eclipse is a good musician and he's a very competent person as well, and he's gotten insanely better. I think for me, I want to graduate from React content. I think it's got a short shelf life. I think that better people than me are doing it, certainly in beatboxing. And I think that there's not a value add. Like, I have people like Eclipse and Defiant who recognize that I have this enthusiasm and like, bro, but have you seen this shit? And it's like, yeah, but have they seen you? You know what I mean? Like the reason why you're excited and the reason why we're talking about this is because you actually know what the fuck Eclipse does as well. Eclipse has been practicing still. Like, have you heard his fucking inward bass? It's pretty fucking sick.
It was pretty fucking sick.
Yeah.
That's a great inward bass.
So this is why this process is I'm trying to justify this process to everyone watching so they understand why we're doing it this way. This is not just happenstance. This is deliberate. It's kind of what I did with my tongue bass. Yeah. I just heard and I was like, fuck, I need to do that. I heard it once and I was like, I need that in my life. Anyway. Yeah, Over the Rainbow as soon as you heard Dorothy. Yeah. Judy Garland, not bad. She can hang. Okay, so with all that said, with all that context, how's this for an idea? What if Codfish and Helium had a Beat Baby? That work?
I would have to definitely.
How about this one?
I'm a fan of the Codfish Helium idea.
How about this one then? What if Codfish? What if Helium? or like what makes et cetera, et cetera. Right, and that is like we'd have to iterate over the title concept. Like I think like this, like he started everything, the father of newest school, might be like something you make after you make a ton of fucking LM videos.
Yeah.
And then like what if codfish, we always do this. Yeah, so like we could sample the codfish parts of the beat. Then we could sample the helium parts of the beat. Would that be, because like what I want to do ideally,
I would need to re-record for the helium because I realized that that really isn't as helium-y as it would need to be.
Sure.
But yeah, continue.
I guess my thing is like, does this motivate you more, or does this overwhelm you more?
Yeah, this gives me like an idea of what realm I need to be in, what sort of headspace to be in with my beatboxing while I'm recording.
Yeah. Also, Tink, you need to know that the thumbnail will be absolutely absurd and playing on that idea. I will make a chimera baby in Midjourney and put Helium's head on it and Codfish's head on it, and it'll be stupid. I want to beat baby, yeah. So I'm glad you guys like that, because that was I thought it was cool, but I didn't know, right? I wanted to ask around. So yeah, because here's the thing with, you've made 3 beats, they're dope. I'm coming back at you and I'm saying, hey, these need to be chopped up. If I'm you, if I roll verse here, I'm like, yeah, fuck that. Like, I'm just like, I made these, they're cool. I kind of don't give a fuck enough about it to cut them up. Like, maybe I could force myself to do it. You know what I mean? Once or twice. Maybe the views make it worth it, maybe not. But I'm realizing more and more as a content creator that to do things in the long term, you do have to like them. And
yeah,
you have to be motivated by something to improve, I think. And you know, since you've gotten good at beatboxing, you kind of understand that. So I wanted to kind of pose this to see, if we did it this way, would it be worth you chopping up beats to do that?
Yeah, I definitely feel like it will be, just because the alternative, I feel like the entire thing that I've been practicing in beatboxing is, you know, solo beatbox performance. Like sitting down, performing the thing over and done with.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to, you know, maybe tracking out each individual sound that I would want in just a normal drum arrangement, but doing them all beatbox sounds.
Yeah.
That's something that I could be doing in FL Studio right now. You know?
Yeah.
But that doesn't interest me. Oh, I just realized my camera is like,
it's also just the way that
okay.
This particular app
pointed it down.
Yeah,
so
there
it
you go.
should be
Yeah.
Capturing me a bit better.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
No problem. But yeah, I like more recording a beatbox drum part, because I think I really like focusing on using beatbox as like a live full-time percussion and other instrument.
Yeah.
Because it is very difficult to keep up percussion constantly with a bunch of instruments that don't require breath.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
just jamming with a bass guitar. It's like, oh, I'm seeing some flaws in my sound set.
Yeah.
Or I was seeing some flaws in my sound set because I didn't have a lot of inward percussion, and all of my inward sounds were like basses.
Yeah.
I don't want to be doing a lip roll while my uncle is playing bass in an amplifier over the same speakers.
Yeah.
That's just going to get muddy.
Guitar players usually find that out the hard way. And then either they never learn not to, or they learn. And then they actually make collaborative art, whereas, you know, it doesn't always happen. But yeah.
That's when I learned the pes snare and started doing peck haze. And that vastly expands my vocabulary in more of a live percussion setting.
Okay. This turned into a quasi-interview really fast.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't know. I just started talking.
Well, no, I mean, like, this is why I think, so I'm obsessed with live. I'm obsessed with it. But even I don't go to Twitch. Even when the VOD is on YouTube, I don't really watch it. But from a content perspective, I was fascinated by the idea of document, don't create, which is Gary Vaynerchuk's like fucking motto. Because I don't know, like it made sense from a business point of view. It made sense with how I like to create things. I like there to be a flow. I like to be doing things, not editing things necessarily, even though I'm totally editing live because I'm not happy with my hand and where it's sitting right now. I'm obsessed. The amount of time I've spent doing shit live, just fixing it, is like, oh, that's still gonna bother the shit out of me, but it's better. Anyway, case in point. Better. Still problematic, but better. Anyway. Yeah, Defiant is the Viking of beatboxing. You know. You got a chance, would you interview a famous beatboxer like Codfish? Yeah, if Codfish had any benefit of coming on.
I mean, Vocoder has been on in the past.
Yeah, but I don't think he would come on at this moment in time.
Yeah.
I think my absence has made it. Asking people, before I've doubled down and have really pushed myself, I'm not going to ask other people to interview me when it looks like I need them, because then it's just like, hey, I need you to elevate my shit. So it's just like I'm not gonna waste anybody's time until I'm set up. And even with this interview, I'm trying to help Defiant, and I have been trying to help Defiant do content, because I think that you and I share a similarity in that we learn differently, and a lot of what's out there is not quite enough to optimize. Like, we've had to take that and translate it. And that's been an obstacle to the growth, the rate of growth as an artist. So like that's the value here, is that after this, I'm going to work with him to make videos. Whereas if I have Codfish on,
Codfish knows how to make videos. He did it for quite a long time.
Yeah, there's nothing I can offer him.
Yeah.
Vocoder, you'd have to ask Eclipse on how he booked that one. That was kind of, I saw that one and I was like,
I mean, I've talked to Vocoder before. I could probably just send him a DM on Discord.
I want to wait until I have enough money to pay him. I'm actually picking up a part-time job to pay people for the interview, because I think a consistent partnership with him would be beneficial enough to warrant that. And also, want to lean into the fuck you pay me that's going on, because I literally started a nonprofit in Philly for drag queens and LGBTQ artists who were not getting paid, and I started that, and I'm very passionate about it. I was not as versed as I am now, and I made a lot of mistakes, but you know, yeah, I wouldn't mind. I don't think I could make like a transformative thing the way that I wanted my nonprofit to be, but I want to make a dent in the beatboxing problem. And the problem with beatboxing, the biggest one, these incredible artists are not getting paid. Vocoder could have easily. Oh, you know what? Actually, this came up with
Vocoder coached me. I got a lesson from Vocoder, about an hour long lesson from him. It was supposed to be on stream, but I paid him $25 for the online world champion, the American champion.
Yep.
$25.
He asked me for 50, so I probably won't go below that, but like, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if that needs to be expanded upon. If you've ever had to work for a living and you've ever been anywhere near the best, or you've worked with the best in your industry.
If I remember correctly, Remix was doing them for like $15 for an hour.
I mean, it's easier when they're in not the United States or the UK, or, you know, somewhere with high living costs. And we could do that. And I think for me, the extension, it has to, I guess, Maple, it's a great question, which is why I'm taking time to answer it, because it's something I've thought a lot about. Because doing interviews with like Dr. Reed Blaylock, ZVD, all that was probably among the most satisfying. And all of that happened because of Eclipse. All of it. So
shout out. Yeah,
man, I'm so glad he's back online and reached out. It means a lot to me. You know, and it's not that I want to be able to do it without him. I want it to feel like, if you don't know how something is made, you don't get to fuck with the recipe. All you can ever do is copy a recipe.
Yeah.
That's it. So it's like, if I do interviews, all I can do is have a Joe Rogan format. But how do I get guests? Oh, I need to pay somebody else, like, to get guests, which wouldn't be a problem, except then I can't pay the beatboxer, which is what I want the recipe to lean towards.
Yeah.
So it's not enough to do it. You have to understand it, for me. And so one of the things that would be really cool would be mixing and matching content formats, which is, I think, the future. I think that, how do we make a codfish beat turning into codfish coming on? How do I make my beats? And then we mix and do a thing, and then now not only do we have an interview with Codfish, we have a music video with Codfish.
Yeah.
Because I haven't shown the world how fast I can make the video portion of the music video. It's fast. It's fast. But the music bit is not fast. And so that needs to be solved. But anyway, like, it's
music.
It's ubiquitous. It's high quality. There are a lot of people doing it. To be competitive, you just need to. It's not output only. Anyway, but yeah. So that's hence the. I hope that answers the question. That was kind of a long answer, but. So. Yeah, I guess then that goes
more
back.
Value.
Yeah. For everyone involved. Yeah. Including the audience. But yeah.
I'll definitely just as a note, I'll definitely be recording more ideas now that I have those video ideas in my head.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to I want to encourage you, not discourage you. I don't want you to have to come into like, you know, so that to me is like, the point behind any of these videos. If you have a better idea, or you're like, hey, this concept, this kernel is really good, but it's a seed, and I would like to change the recipe a little bit here and there, I'm totally open to that. I'm just feeding you, hey, we need to do this thing to make it work, in my experience. So what makes that worth your time? Because you're the one doing the shit that I can't do. I can't.
Yeah.
I can.
I'm the one going.
Yeah. And if I do it, I'll have a music video, but there will be nothing of substance behind that. That's it. And that's not enough in these times. So I figured to pop on, be my YouTube homepage a few times, not expecting something this in depth. This is the beauty of live streaming.
It's nice.
Yeah. This is the beauty of it. And what's nice is that it has depth to you. 99.9% of anybody else who watches my content will skip this shit, which is fine.
Yeah.
But you're here. They're not. You have a question. I want to answer it. That's what's special about live streaming, is the dynamic. To justify its existence, I need to turn literally everything into content. But the satisfaction I get from making content comes from live streaming. It always has. I just sucked at it. But I suck more at making content. So anyway, I'm happy you're here, and I'm happy you're happy.
Yeah,
So,
I am happy you clicked as well, Maple.
now I feel like making a bad Maple Story joke, but I don't actually play the game enough.
Yeah, no. I knew people who played that game, and the only thing that I've heard about that game in the past 10 years is don't play it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the only people who still play it are the people who've been playing it for a million years.
Make the Maple Story joke? Here's what I'll do. I'll make an analogy to something that I actually am thinking of right now. Evercrack. Evercrack. So the first 3D MMORPG to ever come out was called EverQuest.
Yeah.
And to give you an impression about how novel the idea was, the server tick rates are 4.
No.
4 tick rate. 4.
No.
Yep. And you can overload the server if you do something like there's a class called the Bard, and the Bard can do a really unique mechanic. It's not the only, like, kiting is not a new idea.
Yeah.
But it was then.
Gotcha.
In terms of MMOs, in terms of that format. But what was new with the Bard was you can kite at scale. You could get a lot of different creatures and start kiting them. But if you didn't know when you were going to fuck up the server, you would just die. Because the game would be like, we don't know what's fucking going on. So we're just going to do this, because this is what we think is going to happen. It's 4 tick rate, and you're dead.
Oh boy.
Tick rate is how often the server updates per second.
Yeah.
So 64 tick rate is common for most online games.
Yeah.
There's a big kerfuffle about 64 versus 128 in competitive first-person shooters.
Mm.
And in CS2, going from 128 to 64 has fundamentally changed the way people play the game. I'm not overstating it. The game is completely changed. It's different.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. People cannot rely as much on precision. The best player in the game, Donk, is just running in there and shooting people in the head, whereas like before you had to have discipline. Like the makeup of a tactical shooter is different. People who go from 64 tick monitors to 128 tick monitors will generally rank up 1 or 2 ranks. It's not necessary, but generally speaking, that'll be what happened. Like, and I'm not talking from like silver to silver 3. I'm talking about like silver 2 to gold 2 in Valorant. Like it's that consequential. So 4 tick rate, 4.
God, that's
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah. So, and the whole server operated on that, right? It's a server tick rate. So, like the entire zone, every zone had a server, a dedicated server to it, which is a technology that was also revolutionary at the time. The idea of taking little bits and pieces and putting them together. It was
instancing
Yep.
the game. Yeah.
instancing the game, precisely. That was new and novel and revolutionary. So imagine the first MMO, the really true first immersive MMORPG, and it's a fucking grind fest. There's no quests, none. They added those later, and the way that you would find the quest was not a fucking yellow exclamation question mark shit. It was like you had to know the NPC, you had to hail them, and the NPC would respond to your hail with text, and then it would like highlight certain text, and then so you had to ask questions about that text and land on the actual
text, like communicate. Have you played Morrowind or seen it played on?
Oh
like,
yes, that is
PC?
way better. That is not even comparable.
Way better.
Oh my god, no.
Like,
So
okay.
So here's what would happen, and I'll put this on this no, I'll put it on a text file. Hail Burger Knight. Hello, character. I assume so this would be the you have to type this. So you have to type the response to this, and it has to be this.
Not there yet in the stream.
Sure,
but
and it's also not in view, so let me fix that.
when I get there.
So, Hail Burger Knight, the NPC would respond after 4 ticks, or after, 4 tick rate. Hello, character name. I assume you were here for the cleric's duty. And then you would have to type in response the appropriate text. I am here for the cleric's duty. Okay, well, that didn't work. Yes, Burger Knight. I am here for the cleric's duty. Oh, that's not the one? So what would happen was groups of people would spend time figuring out the ideal responses. And then they would document it on websites. And that's what you had to do. So, yeah. So only people who were like really into the game and like participated in online communities actually knew how to do the quests. So, yeah. There was, and again, we went through all these motions because it was so novel. And the world did have legitimately like just random secrets that you would not find. So like there was a zone so there's a popular zone that everyone would go to for trading and all that shit. In this zone, you could fall into a wall, which would bring you into an undead dungeon. But there was it was like, here's the wall. You had to go through. It was completely invisible. You literally had to just like randomly walk through a wall and be like, what the fuck is this? So like it came with 2 things. Like there's definitely more bad than there is good. But there were some cool things about it. Anyway, so that's where my mind goes. We talked Maple Story and I'm like, hold my beer. Yeah. Go be a responsible adult. For sure. Yeah. Thanks for your time, man. All right. But yeah, that's chat here. I'll just fucking do this. Can I do this? Yeah. So that's how my brain works at 11. Yeah, hold my beer. Man, how is it? Is it because it's a browser source? I think I literally had it as... Yeah, fuck it, I'll pop it out. I'll be lazy. We'll just do this. I don't know if this will work though, but we'll try. Nope. We'll try though. Boosh. There's text that probably no one can read, so. Again, the value of live. Yeah. Just chatting is dope. So, and what's cool about live is that the people who really value the content get special treatment, which they should. You know what I mean? So, anyway. Tank, you're always here, which is why you should always get priority. Which is why you're a mod, which is why, you know, people who randomly come into the Discord and tag me with a question usually don't get a quick response, but, you know, you do. You're back already. Nice. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, God, that gets me thinking about the videos. I like the Beat Baby series. That as an idea. And then, for me, it's still, the one I'm working on still is our Taylor Swift songs basic. Or like did, you know. Or more likely, something like that. Or like, or like why. Something like that. But, yeah. Something like that. One... Something like that, you know. The only problem I have with this, or like why Beyonce lost, yeah. Anyway, all that shit, that's like, that's the stuff, yeah, man. Yeah, I think the Beat Baby is a good idea for a series. And I think I'm still at the point where serialized content in this niche is already so many steps above that it'll work itself out. Like, I don't need to min-max. I think voice teacher content is so fucking bad. It's so bad. For so many reasons, it's so bad. It's so low effort. And, you know, like, I benefit from that. But the reality is at this point, I am just better at making content than just about any other voice teacher on YouTube. I'm just better at it. Put in the work. I don't see it. I'm happy to be wrong. Like, more than happy to be wrong. If there's someone who's like just fucking demonstrably better than what I'm capable of, I want to know. But I want to do, I want to use all my stuff. All of it. I want to use all of my stuff, so. Yeah, Tank, and that's so valuable. It's crazy. Because, like, if, you know, I do a lot of this stuff while I'm working on shit. So if I'm working on shit and then someone's asking me something and I can't answer them, and then someone else answers them, that's what creates a community. I don't think I've ever had that with you. Because I'm very hesitant to use the word, oops, there we go. I'm very hesitant to use the term unacceptable in life in general. I hate it. I think that you challenge me. I want that dynamic with the audience. I don't want a power dynamic. I really don't. So I want to have, I think inherently this format has a power dynamic. I don't think you can avoid that, but I think doing the best I can to avoid that is important. Because then, you know, relationships can be honest. So when I say something like, I don't, in this Taylor Swift video, I'm not going to consider this. And then you ask like, well, you do that for Mariah. And I'm like, that's a good point. This is why I do it for Mariah, but I don't do it for Taylor Swift. I think the value of the points differ. Detracting from Taylor Swift because she doesn't do what Mariah doesn't feel like a legitimate point. But celebrating Mariah based on what she does and how she does it, I think that's a good point. And that helps me establish the rationale and the narrative as to why I will do. I will discontinue the Versus series if it turns into me shitting on other people. I don't like Taylor Swift. Not like personally, I don't know her personally, but I don't like her fan base. I don't like abhor them. I just don't get along with anybody who's ever liked Taylor Swift. If someone says, if I'm meeting somebody, like maybe it's a first time date and they're like, I'm a Taylor Swift fan. I'm like, I know that this is not going to work out. I'm not going to waste either of our times. I'm sure you're a lovely person. We're not going to get along. And I don't like her music. I don't think it's trash. It's just not for me. But the Beyonce fans who are important to me, her work is important to me. I get along with her fans. They support the channel. They have the question, how the fuck does she lose again? And I'm over here, I'm saying, that's a good question. The Versus video, I made the thumbnail, it was like Taylor Swift versus Beyonce. I was like, this video is going to fucking pop. But then I went to go and make the video and I'm like, this isn't fair. Because it actually doesn't sincerely answer the question of why did Beyonce lose? It doesn't answer it. Taylor Swift bad, Beyonce good, Grammys dumb. That's a sentence, that's not a video. So for me, it's like, you know, I have to challenge myself. So when you challenge me, it's actually easier. You know? Because, like, I was going to make a video of, like, Taylor Swift is bad. I made that video. It got 1,000 views. It was easy money. I didn't have to edit shit. I had feelings on it. I just talked into a camera and uploaded it, and it worked. People watched it. But the Taylor Swift versus Beyonce, that's a different beast to do honestly. Hence why if I go to my folder structure, you'll see... you know, these are different ideas where I'm discussing and analyzing Taylor's music. And so maybe these turn into several videos, maybe they turn into one. You know. I do the same for Beyonce. You know. And then so like, you know, why do fans love Beyonce's music? You know, yada 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 yada. And so that's how I would do that. Yeah, and a lot of being a content creator is saying the same shit over and over and over again. I despise. My world would be a better world without Taylor Swift. Being as big as she, like if she dies, I don't want that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want her dead or anything like that. I just like, if Taylor Swift's existence as her impact of culture, regardless of scale, if it just vanished, my world would be a better place. I'd be happier. I really would. I'd be a happier person. Like, so, but who better to do a video then of why, honestly, does Beyonce deserve it? Honestly. Why am I uniquely equipped to make that point, whereas other people are trying to and they're failing miserably? No, I agree with that's what I'm saying. I can't stand Taylor Swift. I cannot stand her cultural relevance and her impact on culture. I fucking hate it. I don't like it. But that's a personal thing. I don't know enough about JLo. I did a video, one of my earlier videos that did well. I defended JLo on one of the performances that everyone was just fucking nuking her on and was just like, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. But they didn't understand the difficulty of, like, they were pointing out these different mistakes, and all these people who were commenting had never done a live performance. You could just tell. And they'd never worked at the level of what JLo was, what she had to do. And this is going to bother the shit out of me, this face thing. So the reason I made the video was, like, there are points to be made about, oh God, this is going to bother the shit out of me. There are points to be made about that JLo performance where you can say, that was bad. But it's only bad relative to, is this working? No. It's only bad relative to somebody who can do an amazing job with the difficulties that are presented to an artist that would end up having a performance be so bad. But I don't think people understand. They don't understand. They don't know the extent of it. And so it's a dishonest argument. Oops. Trying to correct my fucking shit here. Is this working? Nope. You have to go the opposite direction. Is that better? Jesus, why? Why is it? Why? It's gonna bother the shit out of me for the entire night. And then this is too much. Oh my God. I obsess over this shit so much. Every little tiny detail. This is why, like, my production is oftentimes a distraction to actually making the fucking content, because, like, I'm stuck doing this. And God forbid OBS ever loses track of anything, which happens all the time. Like, it's so annoying if it's just off by just a hair. Trying to line it up like horizontal to vertical. Let's go in a bit more. God, that's so much better. That's almost imperceptible, so I'm gonna just leave it alone. Yeah, that'll bother the shit out of me, but I don't think anyone else is gonna care. Yeah, you sent me that. I haven't watched it yet. I generally I've not. I take your word for it, and I have no interest really in making any more JLo videos. I really don't. I was making a video about the conversation around JLo. I wasn't making a JLo video. I didn't give a fuck. And I'm not at a point where I need to do things. I know well enough about what I want to do, what works, and you know, the execution that would combine the two, where I just never need to make another JLo video ever again. And I don't want to make videos where I just shit on people. So I'll take your word for it that she's shitty. Or that what she did is what she did. I will agree with you that what she did is kind of shitty, especially when you look at the success comparably. You know, it's hard not to be a little bit bitter when there's so much talent in the world and you know a lot of them personally and they get nothing because JLo is JLo. And that modus operandi of shallow marketing and shallow success in a shallow industry, you know, that's hard to not be angry with. So, yeah. So I don't watch videos where I don't get to really make content or get inspired to make content for videos like that. And I don't make content where I'm upset with or downplay another person. I'd be fine with doing that, by the way. It's not a value judgment. I'll have these conversations with you. I'll have these conversations with a lot of people about like why shit sucks or why this person sucks or why this person's bad. I just don't make videos about it because I think it's a problem. It's a problem. It's overrepresented, if that makes sense. Well, so this is where my capitalist brain comes in, is that, was it her or was it people not giving a shit? Because I think it's people not giving a shit. That's the only reason it worked for as long as it has. No one really gives a shit. They don't really care about talent beyond a certain point. They just don't care. No, I appreciate it. The thing is with expanding knowledge, I take what you say at face value. Because we have rapport and I know where you're coming from. So I don't have to watch it because we talk about it. And I'll do that 10, 20 times before I watch a video. I'd much rather have a conversation with you or with Maple or with Defiant. So, if that makes sense. I feel like I should have music on. I'm always wondering, how do I turn this shit into content? As I'm live. I think honestly chatting I don't want to make into content. I just like fucking doing it. You know, an interview would have been good. With Defiant. Although I don't think interview content is hard to do. In terms of production, like end result, I think that it's in the engagement and stuff like that. So I'm looking at a list right now. I'm just like, I have nothing up. I'm just looking at a list of like what I did today. React content, boom. Interview content. Like, I know how to do that. I know how to do that. I don't want to do this. I think the practice mixing content. Thing is, I don't know when to do it before. Yeah. This is how my mind works. So I much prefer doing it live because it keeps me honest. Anyway. That would be one thing that would be a cool like hangout topic. That's something I would wanting to do. Like that could be like an interview format. Discord Hangouts, kind of like a quasi interviews, I guess. Conversations. Yeah, there would be just recorded conversations. And then overrated, underrated was a great idea. And so like, you can just do this with any artist. Like, what's overrated about Mariah? Whistle notes. What's underrated about Mariah? Her albums, her recording artist chops, her musicianship. Like, those are genuine conversations. J-Lo, artists, feelings. Like, if you felt comfortable coming on to the voice chat anonymously, and we could talk about these things back and forth, or better yet would be to have somebody who is equally as passionate, who has tact, you know, who understands respect and boundaries, to have that person come on and have that conversation. That's content I've really wanted to do a lot of. Anyway, yeah. Well, there are people who lip sync when they're dancing, and that's fine. When you're doing a live performance, it's about the show, it's about the entertainment value, so I don't mind lip syncing and dancing. But I mind that it's the default for her. I mind that it's necessary for her. I mind that, you know, there are people who can do both better, both in managing when to do it, when not to do it, being able to do it together. It's just with JLo, it's like the term industry plant comes to mind. You know what I mean? That would be fun. This would be something that I would do like when, and this is the other thing that I've been trying to do, is like the flow to get to this point would be like spontaneous interviews, you know, interviews that turn into discussions, and then, you know, so I want to do all this shit like organically off the cuff, because it's the only way I really like doing it. And if I were to floor everything, like really just fucking put the pedal to the floor on content now, at best, I'd probably make not enough money to make it worthwhile. So, you know, not doing this full time anymore, getting a job. I make okay money from this. I make fine money. My income and expenses are at incredible envious ratios, I think, for most people. But it's like, I don't want to do the same shit over and over and over again. And I know what works. I know a thing that works, or I know a couple of things that work. But I don't know enough about, going back to the recipe idea for content, I'm making tacos every day. Every day. And I fucking hate it. I'm tired of tacos. I love tacos. I will still eat tacos. Just not every day. So I want to find some other things that work. So anyway. So these things, this is another value of the conversations. This is like, anyway. You can expect some people to do it both ways. Yeah. I think the industry plant thing, that's really the topic, right? And we had to go back and forth to be like, what is the real issue with that we feel with JLo? You know, we have all these individual things, but what's the topic? What's really going on? I think it's an industry plant problem. And then who did the industry planting? Like industry versus artistry. Like this would be a fun thing to have a discussion with about Taylor Swift. Because I think that is actually the discussion, right? Like that's the discussion. Maybe that's a good one to add on to the idea. You know, I'm sure plenty of people would show up to the Discord to do that. But again, the problem for me is I just don't want people to be assholes about it. That's it. Fucking love lasagna. I eat the shit out of lasagna. Oh, that's another thing too, that the conversations add so much context. I fucking hate going on YouTube to answer comments, knowing that full well that some people will be assholes. If I could vet in advance people that are like not assholes about things, and we can have a conversation, and people are not gonna like change in front of the camera, kind of thing. Like, it'd have to be anonymous. Because I don't want someone coming in and be like feeling the need to defend themselves. You know what I mean? I want a discussion. At best, a debate. I don't really want people fucking fighting. I know people love to watch that shit, but I don't want to make that. For all the same reasons I don't want to make a JLo video. I just don't have good things to say about it. So anyway, another live stream that was incredibly informative for me, so appreciate you all. Jordan Sparks? I think you'd easily get Mariah. This I'd want from the fans only. I could prepare these in advance, probably. Mariah, Beyonce, JLo. Talking about this, JLo versus Mariah. O'Doyle does rule. Hey, Frank. I don't even know who Jordan Sparks is, so that's a good one. Like, maybe this is the very first thing I should do when doing a video, is like Discord Hangouts. Because if I can't get if I can't get active viewers to come to a fucking Discord discussion, maybe I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. I think this is the first thing I need to do. And I need to just make these into videos. React content, practice mixing content. Kind content, like pseudo video essays. Yeah. The amount of video content that I can generate is tremendous. It's ungodly. The amount of content that I can make. If I only did React content, if I took my hyper optimized React content workflow and I streamed 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, let me just run the calculator real quick. Let's be generous. 6 hours. Let's do 5. 4. Let's do 4 hours. I'd have 8 React videos times. We'll say 4 hours of streaming, 2 hours of prep. 8 hours of 8 videos. Times 5 times 4. Casually. I could casually release 106 videos a month. For the mostly full time, but like kind of like casually full time. That's how many videos I could release a month. If you're going to tell me that that doesn't cause audience burnout, I'm going to call you a fucking liar. That's how many videos I can release a month. Easy. Easy. I do not want to do that. I am not a React creator. I don't want to be a React creator. I love reactions. They're not the only thing I want to do. So anyway, they're not. I don't want to eat cheap tacos for the rest of my life. This would be Jordan's, and they completely recorded by Jordan, and her label folded and gave it to Ari. Jesus, that's a fucking narrative. Holy. But who do you hate more for that? Is that the labels or is that Ariana Grande? Which is a valuable discussion, because I don't think it would be fair to say that Ariana isn't talented. But this is industry versus artistry right here. Yeah. Should probably rename the title of the stream, but yeah. So that nobody that was born in '89 can become famous. Who was born in '89 can become famous, but her so. I would contest if things were that petty. I'd be like, come on, people can't really be that petty. But the second I ask that question, the answer is yes. Yes, they can be that petty. Power is so consolidated that someone who is petty can dictate a lot. A lot. I don't know. I think that's it for me for tonight. But this has been, I think, just doing streams. Seeing what I get out of them, seeing what I like to do, I think is I've demonstrated to myself multiple times that any content that I want to do, I can make a pipeline for. Like reasonably, I can do it. It may not be the best on platform, but I think within my niche, probably, the bar is so fucking low. Tell me if you would watch, and for me, it's not personal between me and her, but like, Honest Vocal Coach like epitomizes what I don't want to do. I don't know her. I don't really care. It's just from I look at her and I'm like, I just don't want to do that. But then I look around, there's really, no one's really doing anything else in the niche. There are two things. One, people who do clip amalgamations with commentary. That's in the niche. Interviews. That's in the niche. Kind of. Not for beatboxing, but for singers, it's definitely in the niche. React analysis is in the niche. But it's like to a single performance. Like, and every channel is dedicated to one, just one. That's it. Just the one. When either, like, imagine reacting, just to take all those, right? Just to take all those. Clip compilations with commentary. Interviews. Reaction videos. You grab the artist, you have them react to a performance, and you have them give commentary. And you can make one video with all three. And it checks all the boxes. And it's not hard to do. You would just need to book the artist for the interview and have them be willing to go over the thing without copyright stuff. I can't fucking stand her. Oh, Honest Vocal Coach. Yeah, everyone finds that fucking hilarious. And I do for the same reasons. Like, it's so funny to me. She looked at the thumbnail and was like, how dare you? And I was like, you didn't watch, literally the first 3 minutes of the video is like, I'm not better than this person. I'm just not. I have one disagreement. And then I give her the benefit of the doubt. I say, look, she did this thing that offends people. I get it. I got to tell you, if I didn't watch this content in advance and have people tell me about this content, I might have had the same feelings. So I get it. But no one watched the video. Like, I thought it was pretty tactful. I deliberately went out of my way to make it tactful. And, she made a point eventually. She was like, this thumbnail, the framing of it is a problem. I was like, that's fair. That's a fair point. But all of her other points were fucking hilarious. You should ask permission to use my content. It's like, damn, I didn't know you had an in with Mariah. I don't know. So it's like, it's funny because I think her and I are so polar opposite in the approaches that we take to everything. How we represent ourselves. And this is not a good or bad thing. It's just like, we're different. We're so different. How she represents herself, how I represent myself, the kind of content that she makes, the kind of content that I make, we're so different. So, oh, it's hilarious. At one point, I had everything like kind of snippet. And I was like, I'm being just fucking petty now, just trying to save screenshots. But it's become a channel meme, which is fantastic. I just don't want it to turn into like shitting on her. Like I only ever want to bring her up. Like, it would be easy to have like a button where like she comes up and I make fun of her or whatever like that, and I could do that on stream, but I don't want to do that. Just because like it's fucking mean. You know what I mean? Like she could have erred as a human, but it doesn't warrant me just being actually a bully. But I don't mind bringing her up when it's poignant. And whenever I think about content, she comes to mind quite readily. So she didn't watch the fucking video. She got defensive. She played the victim. I look at her position and I get it. They're dedicated trolls that she has that are really, really dedicated, like really dedicated people like faking her on Twitter, like pretending that they're her. You know, so she's really sensitive about it. And I don't think that that's an outrageous thing to be. But it's also like, if that's your knee-jerk reaction, you know, that's going to be taken advantage of, or, you know, it's readable. I don't know. It's like, that's something to work on. It's hard though. It's difficult when it's at scale. She is honest. She is. I just don't give a shit about her thoughts. Like, that's fine. I don't have to. She's doing well enough. She doesn't need me. But yeah, like I said, I only think about her when I think about content, what I want to be, what I don't want to be. Because everyone always says, like, if I didn't edit the videos, if I just did straight reactions, I'd have more followers. And I'm like, yeah, to what end? To put myself on a pedestal? Why? Because if I did that, if my clout or respect was so fickle as to be founded entirely on the content of others, then I would be that defensive. I would absolutely be that. I found myself doing that very thing. I'm not above that. I think it's an approach. Yeah, I know people get a kick out of it because they were there for the whole drama of it, and I think it's funny. But I do think about it on the regular. You know, I could easily have more subscribers if I didn't bring out an anatomy graph, if I didn't want to make money from AdSense, if I didn't want to give lessons, if I just gave sparse commentary, as minimal as possible, watch the video straight through without any consideration beyond that. You know, I can do that, and I have done it. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm above that. You could find probably the majority of the videos on the channel are actually that. But then I found myself, you know, exactly. She's honest, but yeah. Yeah. I don't care for the honesty either, but you know, it's just like, I see so much of myself possibly going in that direction where I have that emotional frailty, because there's no foundation for my own legitimacy aside from commentary on others. And there are a lot of people who have very, very, very successful careers doing that as creators, and who have longevity too. There's no like, if you do that well, there's consequences. Like, there's no consequences. Like, you can do that. For me, emotionally, I can't reconcile it. I can't be that and be comfortable with it. So if anything, her having like fragility just probably spells out that she has integrity and that she is thoughtful about it and she cares about it. But we're just so not the same person. It'd be better if she lied. Maybe. I think lies of omission would be fine. There's things I don't like about Mariah that I lie from omission because I don't think it adds any value. How many videos can I make about Mariah where I say her voice declined? How many times can I say that? Like, and how many people need to have it said? No one denies that Mariah's voice declined. But why? Yeah, I don't know. I think like, you know, honest vocal coach, I just see it, and this is, again, I just use her as a paragon for React because I don't pay attention to I can't fucking watch the React content. I don't like watching it. I don't understand how people like watching it. I can't stand it. It's like, literally, I'll just go watch the video, and people are like, you pause too much. I'm like, dude, watch the video. What are you doing? Like, you want a face? Here's what I'll do. I'll create an AI of my face, and every time a video plays, I'll just go like, that's what I'm literally, this is funny. I'm making buttons. I don't think any of them are active right now because I don't have my software, but I have literal buttons now One is where this will disappear and literally just a massive shot of my face will go up. I have, because like doing honest reactions after doing like the third in a day is not, you know, is it cheap to literally zoom in on my face? Yes, but the whole fucking format is cheap, so whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's what people get out of it. They want, when people want to watch a React content, what they want is they want to have a parasocial relationship. They are so excited about that they want to see, or they're so incensed that they want to see what somebody else thinks or feels. You know, because it's hard to find friends who give that much of a fuck about the thing that you give a fuck about. So watching a React video where you can search, you're like, find me someone who gives a fuck about this thing. And then you watch their face and you're like, oh my God, I relate to this so hard. I don't only watch you to make sense. It seems like if she's only watching some, if they're watching it, it's like cheating on her. Yeah. Yeah. I don't get data anymore about so many of the numbers, the number of viewers that I get. Yeah, when she said like, you know, don't get multiple lessons from multiple teachers, it's bad. I'm like, why? Can you not understand what another person is doing? And this is, again, she's a proxy for this discussion. This is a common point in voice education where like, don't get another teacher. I'm like, I have plenty of students who've seen other teachers. I ask what their teacher is about. And I try to take like, okay, what's the positive that can be extrapolated from this other teacher's point? Well, yeah, I mean, again, I so actively avoid mental fragility because I think I'm so prone to it. You know, part of having bipolar disorder is I'm very quick to feel. So if I'm very quick to get to a place where I'm very fragile, you know, I'm going to react to that. And it's going to be a bigger reaction because I will feel more of the feelings. I will feel it more intensely, and I won't be able to stop it as quickly. And it will be far more reactive. So my entire life, I've had to spend quite a lot of effort on, you know, why the whys, you know, when people, the biggest thing that ever happened to me that I'm blessed that this is incidentally something I worked on because of bipolar disorder. I never, ever, 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 ever take another person's career advice or financial advice without testing. So my wife is very upset because I was making more money doing content. And we've had a mature adult discussion. It's like, okay, well, I'll just get a part-time job because I don't want to do what would be necessary to make money off of this. I just would rather work at a grocery store. I like the fresh produce. I like the morning workout. I'd rather do that and then take some more time on the videos. Cool. All right. So then I do the work. Okay, well, if I work in a grocery store, how defensive am I going to get when someone says, oh, you're not a real musician because you're not doing it full time? What do I say to that? Then I go look and I go look at a bunch of different artists and how their success works out. I look and I think about Honest Vocal Coach. I look at a lot of different things and I think to myself, what do I want? What's the cause and effect here? And so that's why when my voice teacher in college after my senior recital was like, you should stop singing, I was like, no. If I stop now, I'm going to invest a lot into some other thing that'll take 10 years to get good at. And then after 10 years, I'll hit the same wall. And I won't know how to get past that wall. So why am I going to run away from that wall now? Instead of, like, just why not just I face it now instead of putting it down 10 years down the line? And what's the risk of that? It's not like I'm a fucking prize fighter. Oh, I'm not good enough to compete without getting injured. Okay, I should think about doing something else. Or if I'm an athlete, my body's going to break down. By the time I learn how to solve this, I might not be able to compete. right? So I think on those lines a lot. So to me, she's kind of like my cautionary tale. So which I don't. This is why, like, I want to stress, like, I don't know her. Like, I don't dislike her. I just don't want to be her. And that's not a value statement. I'm not attacking her character. I'm saying that I don't want to be that way. That's all. Yeah, and if you don't suck as a voice teacher, you should be able to say, this person is doing this thing. There are benefits to this approach. What else is this student struggling with or is not getting from their other teacher? And how can I bridge the gap? Because honestly, people come to me when they have a question. People don't come to me as their first teacher, almost ever. I actually don't know if I've ever had, I don't think I've ever been someone's first teacher. I'm not the person you go to. Because you probably don't give a fuck. If you've had a couple voice lessons from anybody, you've probably gotten a little bit better and then you've gone from there. The people who come to me have not been able to get the results that they want with anybody. No matter what they do, no matter what they try, it doesn't work. So they come to me because I say more. And so they're like, well, okay, this is what I'm doing with my teacher. It's gotten some results, but not to the pace that I want it to. What's going on? And I'm like, okay, what are you learning? What are you doing with your teacher? Okay, that makes sense. Here's why that makes sense. Let me see you sing with that. Okay, so this is why he's saying that, and it will address this problem. One of the things that's not being discussed is this other problem. And if you are ramming your face in the wall practicing what this guy is saying and not getting the results, then your time would be better spent practicing what he's saying and then augmenting it with this other thing. Easy. If you know what you're doing, it's easy. So why? Why would I tell somebody not to see someone else? The only thing I can think of is greed. Or not having the chops. And, you know, maybe that's not the intention, but that is ultimately where that stems from. The problem is that you don't. No student needs to exclusively give you money. Or exclusively, like, if the student is smart, they can manage it. They're fucking adults. Anyway, and it's, again, she's a proxy for this discussion on his vocal coach. She is not the paragon or the she doesn't. This is a common issue. The majority of voice teachers, I think, hold this opinion that you shouldn't see more than one. The majority. I find that to be a problem. And I don't think she's a problem. I think it's representative of one, but anyway. Yeah, you get stuck in a tunnel. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, but I imagine you don't need a lot of help with a lot of things. Also, Tank, you exemplify why I want to have other forms of funding other than voice lessons, because in a perfect world, I give voice lessons live for free and make that into profitable content. Ideally, that's what I want to do. And What's-Her-Face does that. Like, the biggest person in the niche does that. She does, like, children's voice lessons, and she just films the voice lessons, and they get millions of views. Millions of views. So, like, the goal for me professionally is to annihilate this idea that people get fed that they aren't talented, that hard work doesn't mean anything when you want to be a singer, that the information that's there is sufficient. All of that's bullshit. All of it. And it personally affected me in a very negative way in my life. And I see it affect other people negatively. And that's bad enough. But then people who protest the negativity of it are told they're bullied. They're bullied. That's what they're bullied. And they're culturally bullied. So now they're alone with their feelings of inequity based on bullshit because other people are full of shit and they don't want to think another level deep. That's a problem in this fucking world. It's not, you know, world hunger, but I can't solve world hunger. You know, I don't have that skill set. But I can fix this. I can make a dent in it. That's purposeful. That's what the channel should be about. And I'm not going to get there by doing straight up React content. It's just not going to happen. So. But that's the ambition for the channel. That's where that's at. So again, it's not about honest vocal coach. I don't give a shit. Not to be mean, I just don't. I consider her as a proxy to discuss all these other things because she has a large platform. She takes, you know, she represents some of these things, and I'm not as successful as her. So, who is? Who does it differently? Right. So having that one-to-one comparison is quite easy. Much easier to do. So anyway. But yeah. Yeah, but you exemplify someone I want to give lessons for free on a regular basis. For shits and giggles. When I give lessons, I usually don't even have a hard stop. Everyone's like, it's an hour and a half. I'm like, how much time you got? You know, I'm getting paid enough. Might as well. I like doing this. Anyway. He was an asshole completely, and I couldn't afford Natalie twice. I do what you do, so I started watching you and Tara and Honest Vocal Coach. God, talking about people in a niche is valuable. I just don't. Cheryl Porter, thank you. Yeah, she does it right. I think she does it right. And she has the workflow that I admire. It's all live. All of it. I would love to have a Discord discussion about the niche in and of itself. But I don't know how to do that without literally pissing off everybody or preventing shit talking. The problem is that all of that would be, if I hosted it, then that's weird. Because if I host it, then I'm like, I think like Kaji could host that at a given time, and then that would be something. I don't want that to be. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you felt it was worth your time to pay me money, and that it was valuable enough that you didn't go off bitterly and felt like you wasted the money. It hurts me inside that not you are not hurting me inside. I am triggered when it's like, man, I had to pay for that. That crushes me because I didn't have that. And I had people who made great sacrifices so I could have something like that. Either free lessons, people paying scholarships. I had so much help. And almost nowhere near the talent that so many other people have. It's not fair. It's not. It's not okay. I only give a shit about working on things that I think are problems and that are difficult to solve. You're fine. You can shit talk all you want. You don't have a YouTube channel where this is what you do. You know what I mean? Like, I have to monitor again, this is like a consequence of having bipolar disorder. I have to think about these things because I don't want to just like randomly be like, this person fucking sucks, right? Anyway, my wife is home, so I'm going to end this, but There's a lot. You gave me a lot to think about, Tank. I appreciate that, and it's always good talking to you. So, please.